Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. What's up? Thanks for being here. My name's Alan Cox. Welcome, brothers and sisters, Mrs. and Misters. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
You can watch today.
You can watch today.
We were having some technical difficulties yesterday. Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
Mary Santora is out. She will join us from San Diego tomorrow. If you want to join us on the phone, you want to call live, please do. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. If you want to text me, plenty of people already are. 35192. AlanCoxShow.com, where you watch. Mary is out, but she was kind enough to tweet to the people on her Cleveland to Denver flight that she had to poop. So that was considerate, I guess. Did you see her tweet?
I did not see that tweet.
I guess Denver is her layover.
Okay.
Or she's changing planes because she's going to San Diego.
I just had a layover in Denver on my way back, and I did not poop.
Oh, to Sacramento.
When I fly, I don't usually have to poop. I think my body goes into that mode where it's like, we're going to lock everything down until you get there.
Yep. I'm the same. Now you understand how I can not poop all day, because my body's like that all the time, fight or flight.
What are you fighting and flighting? I mean,
I'm fighting against having to poop in public because I couldn't stand the humiliation, and so my body is just always on edge. Just like,
I see.
You're not going to have to poop. You're not going to embarrass us like that, are you?
I can understand humiliation, by the way, and everybody's got their levels. I could understand humiliation if it wasn't something that everyone does.
Yes, but not everyone has the same type of poop. But
everybody poops.
Okay.
There's a book to that effect, I believe.
All right, well, what I'm saying is the humiliation is from, okay, well, since everyone has a penis, why don't all men walk around naked? We all have a penis, but they're not all the same sizes. They don't all look the same.
Weird analogy.
But I'm just saying, why don't we all just walk around naked? If everyone has the same stuff.
I'm all for it. Listen, I've never pooped on a plane either, so I don't have any experience with that. But she tweeted, apologies to everybody on United Flight 286. I mistimed my Adderall, and now I have to poop on this plane. I don't understand that. We were talking about Adderall the other day. I don't understand the Adderall poop cycle thing. I have no experience with Adderall, so I don't know what that means.
I don't remember Adderall affecting me pooping.
But it was certainly considerate of her to let
everybody know.
Yeah, I guess it's contingent on anyone on that flight following her on Twitter. But otherwise,
she probably stood up and made an announcement too, knowing her.
Ladies and gentlemen of United Flight 286. And everybody starts screaming because they think she's going to hijack or something. But Denver is a big hub. Is that a United hub or a Delta hub or something?
I don't know. I was on Southwest, so I think there's a lot of hub happening there.
Yeah, a lot of West Coast flights. You'll go right through Denver. We're trying to figure out what our spring break trip is going to be because
I just planned my birthday trip.
Oh, yeah?
Because we're going to be out the 13th of February, right?
That's right.
So I'm going to take, because my birthday is the 16th.
Mm-hmm.
So that Saturday, I'm going to make my return to my favorite place on the planet, Jamestown, New York, to the National Comedy Center.
All right.
And my girlfriend's going, and some of my comedy buddies are going to come up with us.
Still haven't made it up there.
Hey, you want to come out?
When is it? It's the weekend after your birthday, the 18th?
It's the weekend before.
Oh, the weekend before.
So it's going to be, I'm going to be there from the 11th to the 13th.
Yeah, it's my daughter's birthday weekend.
She would love the National Comedy Center.
I'm getting screwed out of that Bulls game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they go, hey, the daddy-daughter dance is on February the 11th. And I'm like, God damn it. We were going to take her to her first Bulls game, playing the Cavaliers. And I asked her, I said, which would you rather do? Because now I was pretty sure what she was going to say, and I'm exaggerating that I have a problem with it. But I go, well, I'll ask her because, when we took her to see the White Sox, she had a lot of fun. So I was like, it'd be like that. I like basketball, And she's like, I want to go to the daddy-daughter dance. I said, oh, that's fine. I figured that's what it would be anyway. And that's just her running around with her friends anyway. I'm standing there talking to a couple of dudes I know. Every once in a while, I'll go out there and I'll go, hey, let's cut a rug. And then I'll, get that in for a little bit. And then she, runs back out and is doing laps with her friends. And that's what those are supposed to be, when they're in the first grade. When my older daughter was little, I went to years of daddy-daughter dances with her. Kindergarten through, they stop them, I think, in like maybe the 4th, 5th grade, something like that. And at that point, no kid wants to be out there dancing with their dad. When I was in,
Unless you're Luther Vandross.
I went to Catholic school K through 12. We didn't have, in my high school, and I don't know if they still do, it might have become a thing in the past. I certainly hope for current students it has. We had a mother-son dance at my high school. Well, there was a father-daughter dance in high school, and there was a mother-son dance.
Mother boy.
The mother boy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, we would dress up in nautical outfits.
Mm-hmm.
So my brother and I, who are only 15 months apart in age, so that's us, he's a grade behind me, we would flank my mother at the mother-son dance. And this was Bonnie's night to shine. This was my mom's World Series, World Cup, New Year's Eve, Hanukkah. It was everything rolled into one for my mom.
Do not ruin the night for her.
When the school would send out the information as to when the mother-son dance was. And you're taking photos and you're dressing up. And at the time, because it was a thing that my school did and everybody went, it didn't seem that weird. Looking back, I'm like, I can't imagine a school now. And I don't know why I can't imagine. It just seems to be like a thing of the past. And I don't even, and it was probably very much something to do with going to a Catholic school. There probably weren't public schools doing mother-son dances in high school, for God's sake.
Yeah.
And I never
did that.
So, you dance with your mother at this dance. I don't think I danced with her again until my wedding. I don't think I danced with my mom at either of my brother's weddings. They got married before I did. And so
I don't think I've ever danced with my mom.
You've never danced with your mother?
No, because
not even a slow dance, not even like a hey everybody. I don't know,
no,
mid-tempo.
I just feel like there weren't a lot of.
Are Mormons against dancing?
No, they're not against it, but they're not. You're not seeing a lot of dancing because there's no booze at Mormon weddings. So my oldest brother got married 24 years ago, and I don't remember doing any real dancing at that one. My other brother got married while I was in the Philippines, so I wasn't even at that wedding. Then my youngest brother just got married this year, and my sister got married about 10, 12 years ago.
And no booze at any of those weddings?
Only at my sister's.
Right.
Because she wasn't being Mormon. She was like done being Mormon, and they got married at a winery.
But I would think that if you're going to LDS weddings, people would know, like, you can still get loose, but nobody's drinking anyway.
Yeah, but nobody gets loose.
Really?
And
not even at those weddings?
I feel like the people dancing are like I remember my brother and his wedding dancing with his wife, but I don't remember there being like a huge dance party.
Right.
Because there's also I think the reception started at like 3:00. It's, yeah. And I still wasn't even actually at the wedding because they did the wedding in the Mormon temple, and I wasn't able to go in at that time. So I've actually only been to 2 of my siblings' weddings.
3 in the afternoon is not prime dancing.
No, it's not.
Time.
That's what I'm
you
saying.
want to be at a wedding where there's booze and it's close to midnight.
Right.
That's what
when
you
some
want.
dancing happens.
That's right. Hey, Andrew. Andrew, hello. Can you hear me?
Might be an issue with the phone or something.
Yeah, we've been having issues all day long. Can you hear me, Andrew? Yeah, great. No, he cannot hear. Oh, hold on. Do you hear me, Andrew? Hello.
Oh, he's gone.
He's going to get me hip to what the pooping and the Adderall thing is. So, anyway, yeah, she's live from San Diego tomorrow. I guess we'll catch up on the whole Adderall poop situation there. Somebody can text me, I'm sure. That'll be scintillating information that I'll now have in my mental quiver.
I wonder if it's the same thing as coffee, like why you instantaneously.
Like it's a laxative?
Yeah, you have to poop.
Yeah,
once you
maybe.
have, like, a cup.
Because some prescriptions bind you up, right? Like if you're on Percocets,
Yeah.
you get real constipated. Like if you're on perks for painkillers, man, it's hard to poop. Huh. All right, I've got a break here. I will have another $1,000 for you. Still giving you plenty of opportunities to go fund yourself. So listen for those keywords. You get a bunch of them on this show, about 30 past. So next one's at 2:30. If you want to text for anything, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and
walk free.
This case is about to blow wide open.
Listen to The Piketon Massacre Season 4, Trials Begin on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
For the record, this is as interesting as they get.
I mean, it's as interesting as a morgue. It might be less interesting than a morgue.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS Buzzard Radio.
216-578-1007 if you want to call us live. 800-348-1007. I will have another $1,000 for you in about 10 minutes here. 2:30 is going to be the next keyword for you to go fund yourself. So be listening for those. And keep your eyes peeled, too, for people who ask me, because you'll be called if you've won, and that call will be from the 513 area code. So just a little bit of housekeeping there to keep you more in the loop. The Memphis Grizzlies make it 11 wins in a row with a 1-point win over the Cavs last night in Memphis. 115-114, a high-scoring game. But the Cavs didn't do it. So the Grizzlies now win 11 in a row. I have them on FanDuel as one of my teams. I've already put money on them as one of the two teams in the NBA Finals.
Oh, wow.
I'm throwing my dart at the Grizzlies.
All right.
And so they are off tonight. Cavs will be back here at home to play the Warriors tomorrow night, 7:30 here on MMS. Already Friday tomorrow. So 7 o'clock is when that pregame coverage will begin here on the Buzzard. And there people are talking about Cavaliers trade scenarios and all this kind of stuff. A nail biter last night in Memphis against the Grizzlies. They're a good team.
Check the group chat.
Okay. Hold on. I'm in one group chat. I got to go to the.
We posted a clip from Tuesday's show where Mary was talking about going to the mall, and Alan asked where she said she bought jeans, and Alan asked where she bought the jeans, and he guessed Torrid, and then she got super offended that he said that, and now people are weighing in on the clip saying that Mary fat shames people.
It began immediately, like the texts and the, you buy
Clothes. I need new
clothes at the
jeans.
mall, new jeans. Where did you purchase your jeans?
fit, so I had to go buy some new jeans.
You went to
the Buckle.
Torrid. Oh,
Torrid? An ass. Do you know that? Yeah, move your water bottle out of your face. Torrid.
Why is that
God.
mean to say?
Because it's a plus size store. Torrid starts at like size 14.
And what size are you?
Oh my God, I'm not a size 14.
We don't know.
I'm a size 8, like 6'8".
a lady never tells, Mary. We shouldn't know any of
14.
this. We
Get
shouldn't
outta
know
here.
any of this.
Yeah, way to suggest
Yeah.
Torrid.
So anyway, you girls who do shop at Torrid, Mary is
Which is
very,
there's nothing
very,
wrong with.
Oh, it began immediately. She had to have known she stepped in it, even when she reacted that way. I'm sure she's very displeased that she reacted that way. I was surprised. Usually, Mary, when I'll go down the road with her, she'll yes and me, and we can kind of volley.
Goof around with
yes,
it. But that
boy,
one, she's
that
just
one,
visceral.
It was.
Torrid.
Yep. By the way, Torrid does not start at size 14. You can get. Listen, I like my girls curvy, and so you walk by Torrid. It's not like huge girls in Torrid. They're regular girls in Torrid. I just think that's a funny reference because, like I said, I was at the mall. I go into a mall twice a year, and I always have a specific reason.
I didn't even know what it was. And my girlfriend watched the clip, and she's like, what's Torrid? And then Mary
if you know,
explains
you know.
it. Yeah.
Right. But when you walk by, it's not crazy. That's why I was so surprised that she reacted that way. But I just like the reference because I always forget it's a store until I go to a mall and I go, right, Torrid. Because it's a great word, and it's just a great, because there have always been mall stores for like curvy girls. Like there used to be, I think Ann Taylor was like for older women it was a little bit more on the professional side.
I always think of Lane Bryant.
I'm sorry, that's what I'm thinking of. It's Lane Bryant, not Ann Taylor.
Lane Bryant. I know Lane Bryant.
But Torrid is the same company as Hot Topic.
It is?
Yes.
Oh.
And it hasn't been around that long. It's only been around for like 20 years or so. But I always forget it's a store until I go to the mall. So that only came to me because I had just been out at Great Northern Mall.
So I typed in.
But yes, the backlash to Mary's comment began immediately.
Right, and just
here
because
on
it's
the
not
show.
on Instagram right away, then we post it, and now there's people commenting all over it. But hey, we can do. We all say some controversial things.
It's not even controversial. Mary just had a gut reaction to that. You know, she's working out. She's not looking to shop at a plus-size store. There's nothing wrong with that.
I typed in torrid and then went to images, and it's immediately like, plus-size people. So if people didn't know that Torrid was a plus-size store, all they have to do is like Google it, and then they will see beautiful plus-size people.
Or just listen to the disgust in Mary's voice.
Well, here's what I will say.
Just jab and twist, Bill. Just jab and twist. Oh my God, like Torrid.
Here's what I will say.
She just texts 127 unfollows already.
Do I look like a bitch that shops at Torrid?
By the way,
Stop paying attention to that.
Also, let's boss up, ladies. I mean, you're going to unfollow her because she made a comment. So what? You weren't a fan in the first place then. But here's what I think is funny and she is not here, obviously, to defend herself. I think it's funny because the word torrid means hot and dry.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if really those are the adjectives you want associated with like a store that is selling things to make women look and feel sexy.
They use a lot of powder.
Hot
too.
and dry. What?
They must use a lot of powder too.
Maybe. But this all started because I mentioned she tweeted the apology to the people on her flight, her layover to Denver, that she had to poop. Mike and Parman nailed it. Get these effing hot snakes off this effing plane.
I have had it with these monkey fighting snakes on this Monday to Friday plane.
Monkey fighting snakes on Monday to Friday plane. By the way, I'm pretty sure if you watch that clip, the TV edit of Snakes on the Plane, I think he shot that. I don't think they dubbed it. Didn't he shoot monkey? Because they were going to be cursing so much, and they're like, this movie will be on television, right?
And so all these people unfollowed Mary. If you agree with Mary, give her a follow.
Why does it only have to go one way?
Why do we have to? We can offset some of these unfollows with some follows. So go follow Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram. She's down to 51,000.
By the way, it's got to be.
It's really hurting her.
The Mother Sundance must be a Catholic school thing because people are telling me that St. Ig still does it. They call it a mom prom, but that they still do it.
She's got more followers than all three of us combined, and she's like, I lost 127.
What, on Instagram?
Yeah.
How many followers do we all have?
I got around 20. I think you got around 20.
I got 28.
I think you got 28 on Twitter.
Oh, on Twitter? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I have 11,000.
Well, good for her.
Yeah.
Well, then what does she care if she's down 100?
No, that's what I'm saying.
And who knows how many
insecure.
followers they're down, by the way?
I know. I wouldn't.
Who looks at that?
Mary does, apparently.
Does she?
Yeah. I guess.
I have 21.4 thousand followers.
Yeah.
But it never seems to budge. Why is that? Is it just like a zero-sum thing? Because I'm always getting people following me on Twitter and Instagram, but the number
More
never
people.
goes up.
Because people unfollow.
People unfollow too, and there's a lot of bots following and stuff too.
But so much?
Yeah. I don't know.
Are they constantly scooping bots out? Is that what it is too?
Probably. And I just barely hit. I'm at 21.8 on Instagram because one of my videos went viral on another. Like somebody reposted one of my videos, and I was like, "Hey, this is my video. So if you guys want to follow me here." So this video that's got like 2 million views, I got like 1,000 followers.
What video was it?
The one where I talk about my son Jace.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have 28,000 followers on Twitter, and I see new followers all the time, and that number never budges.
I don't think anyone's followed me on Twitter in like 2 years.
Oh, yeah?
Hey,
I never get followers
I still
on
like
Twitter.
I play around mostly on Instagram, but I still like Twitter. I mean, it's okay.
I don't post a lot on Twitter. I'll use it to like read about news and stuff because it's super accurate, but more like rumors and sports.
Yeah, I was gonna say
mostly.
I use Twitter mostly to vent, and
What do you have to vent about?
like Twitter is just like a forum where you gossip. I feel like.
Be careful.
Why?
That's where people get in trouble is on Twitter. I like Twitter for like just doing one-liners or making pithy comments.
Or telling everybody that you have to poop in Denver.
But when people start diving in, because again, I firmly believe that you cultivate your own experience. And some people that hate social media, it's like you're following the wrong people or you're getting a full head of steam. I'm not talking about you. I just people who constantly complain about social media. You're getting a full head of steam and you can't. I mean, how many people have we seen in our business and other businesses, public people, who just all they had to do was not type what they typed?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean like a 60-year-old AAA ball play-by-play guy who doesn't really have a handle on social media. I mean, like, just people, who are like, I wish I hadn't said that. I wish I hadn't posted that. And then some people seem to get away with anything,
Right.
But I think for just my own purposes, it's like there's never an upside to, like, going back and forth with somebody.
Well,
I'm post and ghost, man. I'm not going back and forth with people.
People will post. It's mainly listeners post pictures of something they think something they think I think is funny, and then I'll like repost it and then leave a comment, and I'll think it's funny, and the other ones would be like, "Wow, why are you such a dick?" Or like, you're so snarky. I'm like, I meant that to be funny. He sent it to me because he wanted a reaction, so like I would quote tweet it and post something. So other than that, I really don't use Twitter. Like I have all of the people I have on Twitter, I follow either on OnlyFans, on Facebook, or Instagram. So I've had my Twitter since college. I think Twitter is like, other than Facebook, is my oldest platform. Like
09 is when I started Twitter when I came to Cleveland.
Oh yeah, that's right. You can see when you started it. I've been a member since.
But I mean, I think it came around in 09. Like right when I got to Cleveland is when Twitter started to be a thing.
2012.
Yeah.
I joined 2012. So that is before the show. So that I used to talk about like Chipotle and college parties. I used to DM people and tell them where the party used to be at. And then
where the party at? I don't mind drinking all of that.
Yeah, no, I've been at 6,000 since like 2016. Like
really?
I have not moved. I have not gotten verified. I've applied several times to be verified. Never happened. I've never gotten out of 6,000. Wow. And mainly it's just all the people I used to follow are now like OnlyFans stars.
Hey.
So I constantly just see their butts on my timeline. I'm like, I could never open. That's why I was afraid to open it on here, because I was like, I could never open it publicly because you're just gonna see a big round.
It's a timeline of ass.
And then I was like, I could never accidentally press play. Like I'm terrified of that. I'm so glad I work from home at my morning job, because if there's ever a moment, I'm like, let me just check Twitter. Oh, nope, I'm gonna log out.
Timeline of ass is that new big Amazon Prime epic that they're dropping next month.
Every time I open it up, it's someone winking at me.
Yeah. Gross. It's so gross.
That's what Twitter is now. It's just porn.
Yeah, I know. Hey, let me give you some money here. As promised, $1,000 to go fund yourself. Listen closely and good luck. I hope you win.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword cash at WMMS.com. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Stripper Scott texted that he one time had horrible diarrhea on a Phoenix to Cleveland flight. The flight attendant wouldn't let him pass the cart. And they told him that he had to use the first class bathroom, and he was in there most of the flight, and they were not happy about it.
What else are they going to do, though? I mean, you'd be even more unhappy about it if he was just
pooping in the
his
aisle.
Pants. Yeah.
I was going to say, why would they not?
Hey, what smells in here? Because then he's occupado, and none of the people that are actually in first class, when we're riding economy, we're the unwashed masses. They don't want those people in first class.
Nope.
Probably got a lot of leg room on that toilet. And he's using it all up.
Is that a thing that I've never heard of? You're not allowed to pass the cart when they're in the aisle?
Well, the
you
cart
can't really
takes up the whole aisle.
Oh, so you
And
just
it's a
have to
full
use
flight.
the first class bathroom?
I mean, I assume that they weren't far enough back where he could easily get in and out of where. So they were like, you got to go on the other side of the curtain.
I'm going to do that now.
There's your little life hack. The reason you never pooped on a plane, you never had the incentive to do it. You're going to find that embarrassment go right out the window when you have access to the first class lav. That's going to be nice.
Yeah, man. That's why I need to date someone that is like on an airline. Like, I feel like that's the only time I would buy first class. Because even if I have the money, even if I worked really hard in my career, I'm not like Mary, where I like to enjoy the fruits of my labor. The only thing I like is like, I would splurge on vacations and food. But the flight, I'm like, if it gets me there the same way, I'm not spending extra. If you give me a discount, I'll fly first class, but I'm never going to buy a first class ticket. So if I date a dude that works for an airline and he's like, hey, you ever flown first class? That's when I'll fly first class. Because I'm not going to do that. I'm too cheap for that. It's against every fiber of my being to buy a first class ticket.
Well, a lot of you plus size gals are texting me and you cracked up at Mary. That's good. I mean, go give her a follow. Offset some of the nonsense she's getting.
Oh.
Brittany's a plus size gal. She goes, I thought it was really funny.
Yeah.
I shop at Torrid. I'm not offended. Boy, I am really surprised that they charged Alec Baldwin. Did you see that?
No.
They charged him and the armorer girl, the girl whose job it was on that film set about a year and a half ago. He was making an independent film called Rust, and he was one of the producers of the film. He's in it, one of the producers, so he had his hands all over it, which means, I'm sure he was counting on having the lion's share of the whatever revenue they made too, which is kind of why you just start producing films. And a girl named Helena Hutchins was shot. He killed her because he fired a gun that he was told did not have a live round in it. This is October 2021. And you remember the photos of him or some of the video of him like crying, and he's got, he's sitting on the side of the road because he's just killed this woman. In the immediate aftermath, he didn't know what happened. She was on the ground. I think a piece of shrapnel or something hit the director of the film too, but I don't think he pressed any charges. And in the immediate aftermath of that, this dead woman's family kind of came to Alec Baldwin's defense. But then I think, obviously, once lawyers get involved, they go, look, somebody's got to pay for this. I'm just really surprised that they charged him involuntary manslaughter in the state of New Mexico. And Alec Baldwin and his lawyers are like, this is ridiculous. He had no reason to think there was a live bullet in the gun, because you do. I mean, a lot of my wife used to be a locations coordinator for the Cleveland Film Commission. And so you're on film sets and you're talking to people who are professionals in their field, whether they're armorists or whether they're PAs or whether they're locations, people who are in the movie business because they know what they're doing. And this was admittedly a young girl who was in charge, because I think this Rust movie was like a Western. So there's going to be a lot of firearms. And it's incumbent upon that person who's in charge to let you know there's a hot gun, there's cold gun, whatever. You rely on the pros on set, all of whom assured him that the gun didn't have live rounds. So I was, just because of that, I mean, obviously, he didn't mean to do it, which is why they charge him with involuntary manslaughter. But still,
I think it's the optics. They could not charge him.
I'm sure
you got charged doesn't mean you're going to be found guilty.
Well, true, and I'm sure they want to keep it away from a jury. I think it's a long shot for him to think that they'll get the case thrown out, which I'm sure ultimately is what he wants. The armorist, I can absolutely see charging with like criminal negligence or anything like that. I like Alec Baldwin. I think he's good in movies. I know a lot of people don't like him because he's like super liberal or whatever, but he's also a guy who can't seem to keep his mouth shut when he really should. And I feel like as this case goes on, he's not going to endear himself to people in advance of maybe having to rely on a jury. In general, I was surprised that they charged him. The girl that was killed, I think, was the cinematographer. She was the one that was, because he had, obviously they were doing a shot where he had to point the gun at the camera, and he pulled the trigger, and it killed her. But the girl who was in charge, the armorer on set, was this young girl who was in the biz because her dad was in the biz. Those Nepo babies.
Nepo babies.
Hannah Gutierrez Reed is the girl. And so now, what do you get if you were to get convicted of involuntary manslaughter? In New Mexico, where the charges are filed, that's where the movie was shot, you get like 18 months. That's if you get convicted. So I think the prosecutors, for whatever reason, really want to throw the book at these people because they added on a bunch of other charges so that it would add up to like, maybe you get 15 years in prison. Now, nobody thinks Alec Baldwin is going to go to prison for 15 years. But even if a jury convicted you, I mean, what, you get 18 months? Alec Baldwin going to be in prison for, obviously there's a lot of boxes that need to be checked between now and then. I was just really surprised that they charged him. And obviously he has the money to hire the best lawyers you could possibly have.
I think that's what they want. I think they want a Johnny Depp situation. Like they want to publicize the trial and they want to make it seem like.
Yeah, but why?
To make an example out not of Alex Baldwin, but
Alex Baldwin.
Alex Baldwin. There's a new Baldwin. Alex Baldwin.
As if there weren't enough Baldwin brothers, here comes Alex.
Alec Baldwin.
But here's the thing, though. He absolutely, obviously did not mean, it wasn't negligence on his part. I'm sure that's what the prosecutors will argue.
So
he should have checked too. I think everything he said he did check, or he asked repeatedly. They were like, yeah, it's fine. Or when they hand you a gun, when the armorer hands you a gun, you assume, because it's protocol.
You wouldn't even assume there'd be live bullets on set.
Right.
I think it was a sabotage type thing. I think they want to make, and hear me out, I think they sabotage this whole situation because Alec, and why do I keep calling him Alex?
I don't know.
You're sabotaging yourself.
I love it. Don't
Alec
stop doing it.
Didn't use the union or something, and so they were like protesting. They're like, see what happens when you don't use the union.
But prosecutors don't care about that. The prosecutor of a case,
if he's being influenced.
By whom?
The union.
The union? What, to cut corners?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He's not going to get, I don't think he's going to get, I don't think he's going to be found guilty, but they can make an example like, see, next time use the union and you don't have to go through this. You should have just,
you talk about a long shot.
I know. It was a long shot, but that's what I think it is.
It's early on. We'll see what they argue. Hey, James.
Hey, Alan.
What's up?
I'm a local actor, and I've been on a lot of movie sets, and a lot of them we did have firearms on there. Most times they'll have an actual trainer to tell you how to hold them, where to point them, things of that nature. But more importantly, and especially if you're using a gun that's got any type of bullets, whether they're fake or not, our guys always take the gun, they open it up, they show you the bullets, they show that they're hollowed out, and they dry fire the gun. I feel bad for Alec Baldwin because I'm sure he didn't mean to do that. It's got to be devastating as an actor. But I don't understand on a Hollywood set how something like that could slip by.
Sabotage, man. They wanted him out.
I think it's because these and you probably know this, James, a lot of these independent productions, man, it's real fly by night. I mean, people aren't making millions of, even Alec Baldwin. This isn't 1987. He's not making $10 million a movie. So it was probably a real kind of fly-by-night situation. They got a 21-year-old girl or something who's the armorer. It's just all sad and weird, and I don't know, but I was just surprised that they charged him at all.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, we have no budget on our films, but yet we still make sure. That's one of the biggest things, and sorry it was a lesson learned that somebody had to lose their life, unfortunately, but yeah, that's something you don't take lightly, but thank you anyway.
Right. Okay, thank you, James. There's James, local actor in Cleveland. I got a break. If you want to text 35192, if you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Insufficient funds.
It's okay.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You want to take a stab at this one, Cody? You won't get it, but I'm curious. What do you hear?
Y'all gonna laugh.
Go ahead.
Matchbox 20.
It's not a terrible guess.
No, it's not. I just like to hear where he throws the dart. This is a band called Screaming Trees.
Yeah, no, never heard.
This is their one hit called Nearly Lost You. The great Mark Lanigan singing. He died last February, actually. He lived in Ireland for a number of years. That is a guy who really... Mark Lanigan was kind of one of the big cautionary tales in the grunge era of people who narrowly escaped death by the spike. But now Van Conner has died. He was co-founder of Screaming Trees. He was the bassist. He and his brother, Gary Lee Conner, along with Mark Lanigan, founded Screaming Trees in the mid-'80s. And I always thought they were an underrated band. This song became a hit because it was in the movie Singles. But Lanigan would go out with Queens of the Stone Age, and he had a couple of side projects, but he was always a guy who was teetering on the edge of insobriety, I guess. Van Conner was only 55 years old, but I guess he'd been sick for a long time, a heavy dude, and died of pneumonia. They think that Mark Lanigan, when he died last February, they think that it was just because he had gotten a really bad case of COVID, and he had... recovered from it, but in the aftermath, it didn't go well for him. So, not even a year after Mark Lanigan died from Screaming Trees, now Van Conner is dead too. But Matchbox 20.
Crazy.
Because he sounds like Rob Thomas.
See, I don't think he sounds like Rob Thomas at all. But I always loved Mark Lanigan's voice.
That Rob Thomas song, he was one of the white boys that had soul. Like, when he said, I don't want to be lonely no more. Like, 2005 me lost it. I was like, ooh, that's a fly white boy. He's like a Justin Timberlake. I didn't even know he was in a band at that point. You're just another heartache on my list. He had the one earring, and he was just like...
Yeah, but it was like a little studded earring, and he had like the greasy bangs. And, oh, God, he got himself a crazy hot wife because he's a rock star. But I was like, Rob Thomas to me always is kind of... It just kind of looked like a pud.
There are certain white boys that's what they look like, though. Usually when they look like he does, they have like a killer voice and they're crazy in bed. Like Elliot Yamin, or Yamin, whatever his name was.
Noah Yamin? Yeah.
Elliot Yamin, where he said...
From American Idol.
Yeah, Baby, I'll Wait for You. Me and my mom slobbed over that song. Like, that was ridiculous.
Slobbed over it.
We were drooling. Like, these white boys don't know
It was
what
a real
they
slob kebab there. I heard a really old Maroon 5 song, and I forgot at the very beginning of that band, they were really, before they went full-on pop and exploded, they wanted to be like a coffee house white boy R&B band because that was kind of the register of Adam Levine's voice. And then they started writing like pop hits and they exploded. So it was a good move for them. But it's funny if you hear really old Maroon 5 where you go, oh, right. They were kind of trying to do like just like a white boy R&B thing.
What song are
they
you
were
referring to?
Oh, I don't remember which one I heard. It's one of the first Maroon 5 songs. It was probably from that first album, which is probably 20 years old by now at least. But when you said Matchbox 20, that kind of jogged my memory there. Cavaliers lose by 1 point last night to the Memphis Grizzlies. That makes it 11 in a row for the Grizzlies. 115 to 114 was the final. Cavs come back home tomorrow. They'll play the Golden State Warriors. tomorrow night. That's a 7:30 tip here on WMMS. And then Saturday night, they'll stay at home, and the Milwaukee Bucks come into town. Both of those are 7:30 games. So 7 o'clock pregame here on the Buzzard is when that will begin. If you need to get any gear from CLE Clothing Company, by the way, make sure you use the promo code ANEW for 20% off. I was talking this morning, the gang from CLE Clothing was in here. We were having a chat, and I said, you need to start letting me pick the words again. And I don't know if they're amenable to that or not, but we'll find out. Because for a while, it was a lot of fun. I used to pick the monthly words because it was fun, even though we weren't there to witness, having people in a store tell a clerk balls or moist or whatever, you know, baseball season, any sports season, balls. And then they started picking the words. I think they tired of my shenanigans. But I want to put that. I know,
we're
right?
Just trying to sell clothes.
Yo, homie, we're just come on, man. But I want to put that little seed in their head. So who knows? They were probably just, to their credit, they were probably just patronizing me. But that's okay. It's their business. They can do whatever they want to do. Alan Poundcake is a great lawyer because Alex Baldwin shot her, but Alec Baldwin will be acquitted. Now, that is a hell of a defense. Your Honor, Alec Baldwin told a great story one time about how when he went to go see The Irishman, it was this big Netflix film that they did they brought Joe Pesci out of retirement, is Robert De Niro, and it's Al Pacino playing Jimmy Hoffa. Everybody see The Irishman?
I tried to watch it.
People laughed because they didn't even de-age Robert De Niro. They just gave him jet black hair dye and had him, pretending to be 25. But
and had him get that where he's kicking the guy on the curb.
Yes.
And I'm just like, use a body double there.
Yes, that's the scene.
If you're gonna put De Niro in the movie, don't have his 80-year-old body trying to act like a 25-year-old body.
But Alec Baldwin has told a great story about when he called Joe Pesci just to tell him how much he loved the film and how enamored of him and his work he was. And Pesci goes, thanks. That's great, Alex. It's not like Alec Baldwin is a new actor. He's been around a long time. And here's one of your idols calling you Alex. So in that regard, Poundcake and Joe Pesci, did you ever think there'd come a day where Poundcake would have something in common with Joe Pesci, who I guarantee, even as I say it now, he doesn't know who I'm talking about?
No. You don't know who Joe Pesci is?
No. We have to hit Poundcake where he lives, though. Have you ever seen My Cousin Vinny?
I think that's hilarious that you think this is where he lives.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to nail the time. He's not going to get Goodfellas.
The very simple way.
Oh, yeah, Home Alone.
Home Alone. Yeah. He's one of the wet bandits. He's the short wet bandit.
Yep, he's the one that pretends, the gold tooth, pretends to be the cop.
Gotcha.
Yep.
No, yeah.
That is Joe Pesci.
Gotcha. Okay.
But he technically retired a long time ago. But he's in a lot of great old movies. I mean, 10 heads in a duffel bag. Let's not screw around. I'm sorry, 8 heads in a duffel bag. Right.
Duffel bag, the Super.
The Super. Wow. Oh, he's in the Lethal Weapon movies. He was Leo Getz in Lethal Weapon. The Super. Wow.
That's one that I would always see at the video store, and I just liked the box. I thought the box was really funny because it was a guy holding him up by his, I think it was like holding by the back of his shirt or by his head or something.
Yes. Yep. And that was the movie that he immediately followed Home Alone with, because you figure if you're an actor, you're shooting movies back to back to back. You don't know which one's going to blow up. Home Alone blows up huge.
Which nobody thought it was.
Right.
Had next to no budget.
Yeah.
It was kind of a mess getting it made, and then it does insane numbers.
And I don't know in what order they were shot, but like Goodfellas and Home Alone came out in the same year. And Goodfellas, obviously, huge hit. Mm-hmm. Classic film. You knew when you saw it was going to be a classic. Home Alone, and he follows it up with The Super. It's like when an actor blows up and they release all of their old crap because now they're popular.
But they put them on the
and
box.
And they go, oh, Jesus. Yeah, like Jennifer Aniston in Leprechaun 4. They're like, I don't want to. I was just trying to get paid. I'm trying to be a working actor. But yeah, Joe Pesci, The Irishman, You know, he'd contribute a voice, I think, here and there, but I don't think he'd done anything in 10 years until Scorsese cajoled him to do The Irishman. But to your point, Texter, to say the Poundcake is a great lawyer, I take you at your word.
That's not what I thought he meant, though. Like, that's not what I thought when he said that he thought I would make a good lawyer. I thought he was going to say, my theory makes sense. I'm like, yeah, wouldn't a union come after you if they see that you're doing it without them? Like, I figured,
What, the cinematographers union? What? This isn't.
Like,
this isn't.
people
It's not
that work
Pipe
on a
Fitters
set.
Local 405. I mean, it's SAG-AFTRA.
Yeah, but show business is like.
I'm in that
business.
union. I'm not breaking anybody's kneecaps. I'm in SAG-AFTRA. I'm not setting anybody up.
I don't know. I just feel like if people.
That's exactly what you would say if you were, though.
Yeah.
That's right.
I mean,
I'm trying to throw you off the scent.
Yeah.
Prove me wrong.
You're ruining people's livelihood, and they see, Alec Baldwin living high off the hog here, and he's just, cutting corners and not using the union like everybody else. We got to stop this, and they're going to make an example out of him. So what if he just accidentally shot someone, and oops, no one checked the gun because you didn't have a union that goes through the proper protocol? Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what, though. The surest sign of someone in Hollywood having money problems is when they start selling property. And I don't know if here's what I do know. Let's look at the facts. Alec Baldwin can never stop working. He said it himself because he got himself a hot wife who just wanted to be a broodmare, right? She was like a Pilates instructor or something who snagged Alec Baldwin on the back half of his life and career and started cranking out kids. He's got 6 or 7 small kids. I don't think a one of them is over 10. And he can never stop working. This is an awful time to have to spend money to defend yourself in court. What's Alec Baldwin doing? I mean, he still does movies, but again, it's not the 80s. He's not getting $10 million a pop. He's getting maybe a little over scale, maybe points, who knows? Terrible, terrible time financially for him to have to kick in. Because sometimes these trials can be over pretty quickly. Some of them, who knows how long it'll stretch out. His wife's screaming at him in fake Spanish because they found out she's Boston.
What was that whole thing? Is she an actress too? Like, why?
No, she was like a Pilates instructor or something, but she was telling everybody that she was Spanish.
Yeah, why?
Her name's Hilaria. They named all their little towhead kids like Raphael and these little Alec Baldwin offspring. Blonde hair, blue-eyed kids named Ignacio and Raphael because she's trying to do this whole I'm Spanish thing. And they're like, she's from Boston. I went to high school with her.
This is little XXX tentication.
XXX tentication. Yeah. If you listen on the iHeartRadio app and you do it from out of state, I'd like to know where people are. I heard from Chad. He's a brand new bureau chief in Dayton. Tyler and Julie listen in Fort Pierce, Florida. Ashley is in Polson, Montana. Ryan listens in Portland, Maine. And you can always leave us messages there. Talkback button, low red microphone.
What up, gang? Listening to yesterday's show, Poundcake Sports Break. Great job, Poundcake. I love Sports Break. Just think you need to gay it up a little bit. Like, just gay up the Sports Break with, like, some extra gayer jokes or something, just to make it a little more flamier. I don't know. I mean, this may be very, what's the word, stereotypical or something. But just, gay it up a little bit. You know what I mean?
What is he getting at?
I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't want it to be gay. It's not a gay sports break. I just happen to be gay and I'm saying it.
Right. That's a very strange message. I mean, I don't even know what that would sound like.
I don't, just with sass.
It'd just be like
with sass.
In Living Color sketch when they would review movies, but for the sports break.
Oh, I see.
In the headlines today.
A lot of Z's and snaps and things.
So.
Right, but that's not, like, that wouldn't be funny.
It wouldn't be, the story.
I think the funny part is hearing you put together, I'm sure you've gotten this too, Bill. People think that you or I write the sports breaks.
Yeah.
Because people go, Poundcake couldn't come up with these jokes. And I'm like, have you heard the sports breaks? Like, he's writing it himself. We're not writing. Why would we write the sports breaks? We got enough to do. No, he's writing it. It's a Poundcake production.
No,
and the fun is hearing you weave these stories through. I don't get what
I don't want to
flaming it up would do.
Yeah, I don't want to gay it up because then people will focus on the gay and not on the actual information.
Right. Put more George Santos into it.
Wait, you want me to run through my sports break again yesterday?
I wasn't setting you up,
Oh,
but
I
I
didn't
mean,
know.
no.
I was like, I have to find it.
No, that's okay. You don't have to.
It's Friday night. I'm putting on my highest heels, my shortest skirt, my best device for concealing my penis, and I got everything I need. I got my body, got my lips, got a pocket full of hawthorns.
Things I learned from this show.
I got my body, got my lips, got a pocket full of hawthorns. A pocket full of hawthorns. Hawthorns, baby.
I wonder if they'll bring back Hawthorns for the Community movie that they're shooting.
I hope so.
Yeah.
It'd be nice. Yeah, that's from the show Community, and
with
they're
Yvette Nicole Brown. Yeah,
and they're filming a movie this summer.
Yeah, see, this show taught me, I didn't even know what hawthorns were. Like, I didn't know that was like a thing. And I didn't.
Well, they're not a real thing.
They should be, though. And I didn't realize that the wet wipes were like, a gay thing. And I'm like, I'd never use any wet wipes. Like,
Yeah, because you need to gay up the sports break, Poundcake.
that's too much work. Like, I don't
even know what it means.
Well, I'm already gay enough, and adding stuff to the sports break, I do sometimes gay stories because it resonates with me, but I don't need to gay it up. I said I want to spend some time in a locker room, a big, stinky, sweaty locker room. That's not gay enough for you? That's not flaming? What guy
what
wants
are you
to
yelling at me for?
I'm just saying, what guy wants to camp out in the locker room smelling socks?
Oh.
Get a good old whiff.
Uh-huh. Socks, Jesus.
Or pads.
All
Those
right.
things reek.
Yeah, jock straps, you mean?
Sure.
Right?
I don't even know if I could bring myself to do that. That's I don't know if I would like penises as much if I did that.
If you did what?
If I smelled the worst of the worst. I don't know if I want to smell like jockstrap.
Oh, I see.
Because
All
that's not even sexual to me. That's just...
It's poor hygiene.
Yeah. And again, you know how like you say you don't fart around your wife because she has to have sex with you?
That's right.
Same thing with a jockstrap. Like, there's nothing sexual about a jock. Men look good with them on, but...
I'll prove you wrong.
No. I don't want to say that either. I'm good.
Let him prove you wrong. What are you afraid of?
I think I like the idea of a jockstrap rather than actual jockstrap.
The idea of a jockstrap.
Because gay guys...
I like a fluid notion of a jockstrap.
Well, that's the thing. Gay guys wear jockstraps because they're a fashion statement and they use it for sexual purposes. Like, it looks good. You're about to have sex. Straight men wear jockstraps because they need a jockstrap. They have a cup and they're doing something. So I don't want to smell that.
That's why I thought it was so weird that you spent New Year's Eve at a club called Truss.
Well, it wasn't.
That's a word for a jockstrap.
Had nothing to do with that, though. I didn't know that. They invited me. I got a discount.
Yeah.
So you give me a discount. I'm first class all the way.
Alan, did Poundcake say living high off the hog?
Probably.
I love it. Of course, the phrase is high on the hog. But, You do you. You don't change a thing about the sports break unless you want to.
I like the sports break the way it is.
Yeah. Good for you. Let me take a break here. I will have another $1,000 for you, $330. That's coming up. So that next keyword to go fund yourself. Coming back here, I'll have a 4-pack of tickets for you. If you want to get to a Cleveland Monsters game, and quite frankly, why wouldn't you? It's always fun. They're going to play the Laval Rockets from Quebec 1 week from this Saturday, so 28th. 4 tickets to see them take the ice at the Romo Fijo. We'll do that coming back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
4 trials begin on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to get some hockey under your belt. 4-pack of tickets to see your Cleveland Monsters taking on the Laval Rockets from Quebec. 1 week from this Saturday, the 28th, at the Romo Fijo, right around the corner from us. It's also Cleveland Rocks Night. That is always fun when they do it. First 10,000 fans in attendance will get the Michael Stanley Celebration T-shirt. R.I.P. Tickets info, all that, clevelandmonsters.com if you need it. Otherwise, be caller 10, and you got 4 tickets. Monsters, Rockets, next Saturday night. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Just when you think radio couldn't get any better, it doesn't.
This is the Alan Cox Show
On 100.7 WMMS.
Another $1,000 coming your way, so make sure you're here in about 9 or 10 minutes. 3:30 is going to be the next shot for you to grab $1,000 to go fund to yourself. And those come every hour. Start in the morning with Rover. Stansbury's got them. I got them. And then Corey Roddick has them at night. Cavs lose last night by 1 point, making it 11 straight for the Memphis Grizzlies. That happened there in Memphis. Cavs come back for the weekend. They'll play the Warriors tomorrow night at 7:30. And then the Milwaukee Bucks on Saturday night. Both of those are 7:30 tip-offs. Or is it tips-off? You know, like brothers-in-law, attorneys general? Would both of those games be 7:30 tips-off?
I think tip-off is just fine.
Each one is a 7:30 tip-off. We'll do it that way. It sounds like, does my voice sound like it's cracking? Is anyone paying that close attention? In my headphones, it feels like my voice sounds like it's cracking, like I'm going through puberty. Finally, I'm going through puberty.
Congratulations.
Oh, finally. I can grow a little dirt stash under my nose. It's going to be great. So, yeah, that money for you in a few minutes. I mentioned yesterday that the AMC out in Solon was closing permanently, and I had completely missed, somebody sent me the article, I had completely missed that the Chagrin Cinemas is closing this weekend. I guess they put this in motion in December. Chagrin Cinemas is part of the Cleveland Cinema, so they're more like outhouse. Art house cinemas. So, because I was like, oh, now you got to go to Chagrin or you got to go to Pinecrest or whatever. If you're over there on the east side, you really got to get in the car and travel to go see a movie. AMC Solon just couldn't keep the lights on anymore. And so a smaller chain like Cleveland Cinemas is going to have an even harder time. So if you're a regular patron of Chagrin Cinemas, it's closing this weekend. But they're showing Jurassic Park, Grease, and Back to the Future.
Oh.
And you can see them for $5.
That's cool.
This is not an ad, by the way. Somebody sent me the article, and I completely missed it. I guess they announced this a while ago in December. It's been there for 33 years. And whoever bought the building that they're in is going to develop it into something that is not a movie theater. So between Chagrin Cinemas and the AMC Solon 16 closing, the big old megaplex out there, and again, I'm a West Sider, but I like going to movies. And so that sucks. Because you kind of got the best of both worlds between like a big chain multiplex and Cleveland Cinemas. You know, when we lived in Ohio City, we would go over to the whatchamacallit all the time. The one in Gordon Square there. And
Capitol Theater. I believe.
Capitol Theater, thank you. It was on the tip of my tongue. I could not come up with it. Yes.
Does anyone ever go to that movie theater that's on Lorraine Avenue? I think it's called like the Variety. Is that a movie theater or is that like a stage? Do you know what I'm talking about?
That's a children's theater, isn't it?
Is that what it is?
I thought it was.
It was closed for a while, and they just, I think, reopened it recently.
I was like, because I drive past there, and I see it all, like, lit up.
It looks great all lit up.
Yeah, I was like, I guess I never really noticed we had a theater there because it is always, like, turned off. And when it was lit up, I'm like, is there a show going on there? Is there, like, a cheap movie? Because if they were playing Whitney Houston, Still never seen it. Like if they were playing like a Whitney Houston movie, I would go see it for like $3.
Yeah,
Those were
the
best.
girl who used to own May Halls bought the Variety Theater. It was a movie theater, yes, but it's getting turned into something.
Yeah.
But they buy it for $50,000.
$450,000 bought the building. Wow. Yep.
I'm excited for that to be renovated and used again.
Oh, there you go.
It looks big,
cool place,
and old.
Mm-hmm. It's wild when you see an older movie theater. Just a twin screen. We used to go to the way back in the day. There was a North Side twin screen. It was called the 400 Twin on the far north side of Chicago. And so we would go to that. And a lot of those, before your big multiplexes, you just have double screen theaters. And it's weird when one of those gets turned into a business that's not that, but they keep the marquee up.
Love it.
Like you'll drive up and it's a hardware store and they have the deals, hammers half off like it's a movie that's coming because they've kept the marquee and the lights and the whole thing.
In Oberlin, for the longest time, it's still called the Apollo Theater, but when I was growing up, it was the original, like one big, huge screen, maybe like 100 or so seats, and we would see movies there for like $2 or $3. And then I think the college bought it, and Danny DeVito is also a part owner of that movie theater, and now it's like updated and nice, and I think they have like 2 theaters in there. But I'm like, it's Oberlin. They don't need two theaters there. One big one was fine, but everything has to get updated now.
Well, but that's like a big artistic community, though.
Yeah, I think they actually have one theater that's dedicated to like movies that are coming out, and then one is like for art films. Like they have their own little Oberlin Sundance.
Sure.
Brentwood Tavern is like that. They got the marquee.
Yes,
in
that's
Rocky
a great
River,
example. Yes,
and it's just a fun look. It does get your attention. The first place I ever performed stand-up was a place that it was the Medina movie theater that I would go and see movies at when I was a kid, and then it got renovated and turned into a performance theater, and they called it the Rose, and I did stand-up there for the very first time, and then they tore it down a few years ago, which is a real bummer, but it was a cool old theater.
Doing stand-up on a huge theater stage in an old theater it's not ideal. Because
especially when there was only like 17 people in this 200-seat room.
Those old and the old sloping theater floor that would go, and just people sitting all over. When I was in Pittsburgh, I used to do a lot of stand-up at the Rex Theater. They would do these long showcases and things, and it was a great, huge stage, but it was the old hundreds of seats old movie theater that they just converted to a playhouse or whatever, and it's not ideal for something that's supposed to be a little bit more intimate, like stand-up comedy. You guys see Piers Morgan and Alex Jones go at it, arguing? At this point, I don't know why anybody of Piers Morgan's stature would have, whatever you think of him, he's a big deal. I think he's over on the BBC now. He went back home. But I don't know what the point of having Alex Jones on is. Because you're not going to have a conversation with him. It's like, I don't know. It seems like you're just having him on to pretend like you owned him or something. I don't get it. But it was fun to watch them go back and forth. Because I guess Alex Jones is going to be at an 11. So the less, the further down, if you're around a 2, it just makes him look crazier. And so Piers Morgan's like, all right. And Alex Jones just screaming. Nobody saw this?
I didn't see this, no.
Hear what I'm actually saying, Piers, versus what you're trying to put in my mouth.
I see all I'm putting
obviously, Alex, the advantage for Alex Jones is he wants to be seen anywhere. He's still trying to plead whatever case he's trying to plead. He wants to be in front of people so they know he's still around and he's whatever. But I don't get the point of Piers Morgan having him on.
Hear what I'm actually saying, Piers, versus what you're trying to put in my mouth.
I see all I'm putting into your mouth are things that have come out of your mouth.
No, you don't have footage of me saying go harass them at their houses.
No.
You don't have
I
footage
covered
of me
the
saying piss
Sandy
on their
Hook.
graves.
I covered the Sandy Hook
You
tragedy.
don't have any of that. You
And
have
all I
what
know
lawyers
is, Alex,
gave you.
all I know is for all your posturing,
Find the truth, Infowars.com.
when those poor families
Don't let Piers
were
mind
going
control
through the
you.
most excruciating pain of
Infowars.com.
their lives, you took a massive amount of fuel and you
We were
poured it on
coming
the
on
bonfire
about other
of their
events.
pain.
What about the
And that
Davos
is the
Group?
bottom
What
line
about
with
the
you,
New
Alex.
World Order?
You deliberately
What about
spun a pack of
what about the
lies
global government?
designed to make the
What
families
about
of Sandy
the
Hook
human
suffer
trafficking?
worse pain.
What about the fentanyl?
And that, I'm
No,
afraid,
it's
for all
only
your
Alex
shouting
Jones, only the
and all your
independent. I'm the bad guy.
blather is utterly contemptible. And we
Hey,
both,
you're
I
never
think,
going
know
to get
that.
our First Amendment, and I'm glad you had to move back to England to live under your Islamic takeover when they're arresting
Okay.
people for being
Alex,
against transgenderism.
You're
You
once
don't
again
want freedom, Piers.
losing the plot, so now I have to say goodbye. But
You
it's been
lied.
good to catch up.
You said
Thanks,
we come
Alex
on.
Jones. Appreciate it.
Then don't be a liar.
Don't get it. But I do love how he, I'll tell you what, Infowars.com. I'll tell you what, Piers, you are a liar, Infowars.com. And you, he's like
Mr. Subliminal.
Yes, he's Kevin Nealon doing that old SNL bit. So anyway, I'd like to take you out to dinner, take our clothes off. And that's great. Again, I don't know what the point is. No one needs to be convinced that Alex Jones is unhinged. There was a piece of video somebody sent me that maybe, I don't know if it's making the rounds or if this person just found it, but it's Alex Jones from 1995.
He's the same.
You know, he's svelte and good looking, and Alex Jones was not a bad looking guy back in the day. Again, this was almost 30 years ago, 1995, but he was, I wasn't quite sure what the context of the video was. He was on a street standing in front of what I assume was like an Austin City Council person's house. And he was trying to make the case, look at this great house. And then they pan to the house. It's like a tiny little ranch house in Austin. But he's trying to make it sound like this person's living, in Poundcake's parlance, high off the hog. But yeah, Alex Jones back in the day was a good-looking dude.
Oh, yeah. He
is a guy.
I'm disgusted because I would smash.
But he is a guy who, if he had gone a different way, could have been, I mean, obviously he's a big deal, but in a completely... to a completely different audience. He could have been like a really, really, I don't know.
He could be how he is, but he's just angry all the time. He's always yelling. That can't be healthy where he's just constantly
noises!
He's just constantly screaming all the time. There's plenty of conservatives that think just like Alex Jones, literally just like him, but at least they compose themselves a different way, or they stick to their friend group. Like, if you don't believe anything that Piers Morgan has to say, why do you go on his show? Why you don't have to be silenced. You can do your own thing. No, Piers Morgan is allowing you on his show, and yet you talk over him, and you don't care about his audience or his fan base anyways because they're all a bunch of libs. So what is the point? Why is he going on his show?
What? Well, yeah, I don't know.
He doesn't care about Piers Morgan. Why is he going on his show?
Well, that's just what I said, because Alex Jones needs to be in front of people to try to get them back to InfoWars, because he was deplatformed on so many things. This guy is, I played the clip a couple of weeks ago. He's like, I like that I'm not going to be able to buy groceries. I really like that I'm not going to have any money, because he's yelling at the audience. You know, the people who are constantly yelling, they have contempt for their audience. They don't take the audience seriously because it's all a grift. But once you get into, you see a lot of these people who refer to themselves as like former liberals, and then I got wise, and now I'm whatever. It's just audience capture.
Yeah.
Those people have just pivoted to where all of the griftees are.
Okay.
So they go, well, that's where I can make the money.
I was going to say, there must be like a small percentage, because I feel like the people that seek out Alex Jones, they already think
Alec Jones.
Alex Baldwin and Alec Jones.
I feel like the people who seek him out already think like him, so they're not going to be swayed anyway.
But the trouble with that is, I think you're right, but the trouble is over time, you need to out-crazy those people.
And that's why he's always angry. That's why he's always yelling.
Right. That's why you blame the audience eventually. Which is what he's doing now. You guys bought the propaganda, so you're not contributing to my empire anymore. This is on you, and blah, blah, blah.
So, like, when people like Piers Morgan reach out and say, hey, you want to come on my show? Does he think he's going to get, like, a following? from Piers Morgan, there's like a small percentage of the grifters that are like, you know what, this guy's making some sense. I'm going to go follow him, or I'm going to buy one of his supplements.
But it would also be so easy to just have a conversation. You could still be kooky, just be calmer about it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He would make. There's plenty of people who believe or think like Alex Jones, but he doesn't conduct himself the right way. And I don't know. He just goes on these shows, and I feel like he has to out-talk everyone to get his point across, and then everyone just thinks he's crazy.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs.
Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000 for you to go fund yourself. Good luck. You get one of these every hour, so don't waste it. I hope you win.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword GRAND at WMMS.com. That's GRAND. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Oh, baby, baby. Oops, I did it again. I play with your heart. Got lost in the game. Oh, baby, baby. Oops, you think I'm in love? That I'm sent from above.
See, this is the answer to your question, Poundcake, because this Alex Jones Sings the Hits compilation that came out last year flopped so hard, he has been forced to find new revenue streams.
I wonder, has he been deplatformed on OnlyFans? Has he tried?
I don't know.
They don't necessarily, you don't have to do porn on OnlyFans.
No, there's cooking channels.
You can sell
yeah.
supplements. I think ever since he said the whole Sandy Hook thing, no matter where he goes and what he does, he's alienated, and rightfully so. But yeah, I don't know what going on Piers Morgan or any other like show is going to do, because they all think the same way. They're not going to allow Alex Jones to just spout off like a Kanye West.
Alan, you're talking about the Variety Theater. It was the last time it was used as a venue. The very last show was Motorhead, and they played so hard it destroyed the ceiling. The last show before it was sold and remodeled.
That
sounds
badass.
vaguely familiar. Motorhead playing out there.
What year was that?
I don't know. Rick and Chillicothe said he went to go see Last Tango in Paris in the early 70s. That was the only place that would show it. I was just reading about that today. You ever seen Last Tango in Paris?
I have not.
Very, very controversial film at the time, because the girl who was in it was 19 and Marlon Brando was 48.
Oh, sheesh.
And
seems like that was her first tango.
Well,
in
there's
Paris.
there's a rape scene in it.
Ugh.
And it was, years later, this girl would be like, this French actress was like, it ruined my life, blah, blah, blah. I wasn't in the script. They told me, if I had the moxie, she goes, I didn't know anything about anything. She's like, I would have told them there's no way in hell I'm doing this, but I was 19. I wanted to be in a film and blah, blah, blah. It's like a classic film, but it's also very controversial for what's in it, what was in it at the time. Alex Jones can always go back to his old job as the Mucinex mascot.
Aw.
I thought that was Antonio Banderas or one of those guys.
I think he just looks
Oh,
like
I'm thinking
him.
of Nasonex.
Yeah.
Nasonex.
I know if
The Puss in Boots guy is the Nasonex B.
I know it seems weird, and he did it to himself, but what do you think his quality of life is? Like, what do you think he just does all day when he's not working? Is he watching TV? Does he have peace? Are people outside his house protesting all the damn time?
I don't know.
Like, because that just can't be healthy. I feel like if you're on a level that he's on, you don't trust anybody. You don't trust the doctors because they're putting chemicals in the water to make the freaking frogs gay. You don't trust the news. You don't trust police officers. You don't trust anybody. So what do you do at that point?
Well, you do. You very conveniently mistrust sources, right? You've come to some kind of mental agreement with yourself where there's money to be had in publicly mistrusting experts, people who do know what they're talking about, because it makes dummies feel smart to think that they've found something that nobody else found. The experts won't tell you this. Yeah, they will. Yeah. Not to say that there aren't, curtains being pulled over people's eyes and things like that, but, The money is in finding people who will believe what you tell them because you've made them think that they're smarter than everybody else.
No, but it's not worth it. He lost his wife. He lost his kids.
But
It was worth it for a very long time, though.
He made enough money where he set up shell corporations in advance of this verdict coming down, and
Just saying, like he's not that old. How old is he? In his 50s or 60s?
No. He's about my age, probably.
He's got some life left. It's just gonna be.
He's 48.
Awful.
He's younger than me. He will be 49 in a couple of weeks.
I don't know.
Well, whatever. Nobody's going to cry over whatever happens to Alex Jones. I got a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. And you can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
depression, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 if you want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Watch live today. No technical difficulties today, boy. That's thanks to Donald D. Flippershill, who's back there in the video department helping out today. Cavaliers will play tomorrow night. They lost in Memphis to the Grizzlies last night by 1 point. They will host the Golden State Warriors tomorrow night. And then Saturday, the Milwaukee Bucks are going to be in town. Giannis is active these days?
He didn't play on Martin Luther King. No, when did they play? Saturday. He didn't play last Saturday. So I'm not sure if he's resting or what's going on with that.
All right, well, we'll find out on Saturday. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where. Whether it's the far-flung reaches of Ohio. I heard from Courtney, who listens in Diamond, Ohio. Wherever the hell that is. We have a handful of bureau chiefs in Alaska. We have Cole, who's a FedEx driver in Juneau. We have Andrew, who listens in Cooper Landing, Alaska. And we have a couple of bureau chiefs in Anchorage. And I mention it because Alaska has had their first fatal polar bear mauling in 30 years. A woman and her 1-year-old son were killed by a polar bear in Nowheresville, Alaska, just in the middle of nowhere. And I wonder if that has anything to do with climate change or the weather changing enough over time where these animals are not as, I don't want to say docile, as I think polar bears usually are. But they're not as...
I thought that polar bears were one of the more aggressive bears.
Are they?
I think they are.
I think what these people...
It's all that Coca-Cola.
Well, the people here in this town said that usually that doesn't happen, that usually you don't have to worry about it. But I guess somebody had seen a polar bear and it looked like it was agitated. And so there were a bunch of people that were trying to get in a school. So that because the polar bear looked like it was trying to get into school or whatever, so they get inside. But this woman and her child, her 1-year-old son, were between two buildings and couldn't get in time.
Oh, no.
And they both got a 24-year-old girl and her 1-year-old son.
That's
from a town called St. Michael, Alaska. This is their first fatal polar bear attack in 30 years.
My kids better be careful traveling out there.
Well, they're probably not going to be in the tundra. This is like an indigenous community.
I don't know.
They're probably not. They're probably going to stick to the cities, right? Where they get posted up.
Probably the busiest city. Like, is it?
There's Juneau. There's Anchorage.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Whatever the capital is, but these guys, you don't know these gays. Like because they're there. Let's just take a week off and just explore the entire state of Alaska.
Well, that would take more than a week. Alaska is
huge,
gigantic.
Yeah, but I don't think there's that many cities there. A lot of it.
Yeah, but even just traveling from city to city.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's so far.
What is the capital of Alaska?
Juneau.
He nailed it.
Remember, we did the state capital test, and he did real well.
I had to do the song. I had to sing the song in my head.
What was the original capital of Alaska?
Anchorage? That's the only other city I know. Oh, wait, no. What's the other? Oh, there's another city that I know. What was it?
There's another city that you know. What is it? I don't know.
No. What was the capital?
I mean, you won't get it. None of us would get it. The original capital of Alaska was a town called Sitka.
Oh, God, yeah, no.
Yeah.
That's not what I was thinking
Once the
about.
fur trade died off, they moved it to Juneau.
I just think it's funny that the people that live in Alaska, they're like, yeah, I just live in Alaska. No big deal. I'm like, no, you live so remote from everything. Like
Yeah, but people like that. Some people love that.
I know, but it doesn't, even if you live in Hawaii, like it doesn't feel like you're in the U.S. And I don't understand how that would be normal to people.
Well, I mean, you're not in the contiguous United States, but you are a state.
I was thinking Fairbanks was the other capital.
Well,
That's not a bad guess.
That is a city.
Because I was usually the capitals, not in all states, but most capitals are near the center of the state, and Fairbanks is almost near the center.
Well, I was going to say, like, Anchorage is on the water. Yeah, Fairbanks is right in the middle.
I think people got sick of how big Alaska was. They're like, we're not going to make people go all the way up to the middle of the state. Like, just put it near the continental U.S.
Well, I think there's an Air Force base in Fairbanks, so it's probably largely a military town.
Probably.
I would think. But I've never been to Alaska. I have friends that took their kids on a cruise because their mom grew up there part of her life. But I mean, it's never even occurred to me to go to Alaska. People are like, oh, we're going to go on a cruise. We're going to go look at whales. Okay, cool. Juneau is probably the closest city to the contiguous United States.
Everyone owns a boat just because that's where they have to go to the grocery store. Like, all right, we're just going to
Let's take a boat or they drive.
They don't. They take a grocery store to another part of the island.
They take a grocery store to another part of the island.
They take a boat to
right.
the other
They
side
go
of
out to the Aleutian Islands. I mean, you need a boat for that. It's not like the Florida Keys where you could drive, all the way through. You wouldn't need a boat if you're trying to get out to.
I think Juneau's just like when I was in Charleston. It's made up of a bunch of islands. Is that incorrect?
What, Juneau?
Yeah.
Well, Alaska, the south of Alaska, tapers off into the Aleutian Islands. So it's like a series of increasingly smaller islands. Yeah, it looks like a long kind of tail on Alaska. So if you're talking about those people, yeah. And Juneau, yeah, it kind of looks like how Seattle does with Puget Sound there. There's like But
there's no skyscrapers. It's not a real.
Surely you've heard of Nome, Alaska, Nome?
No.
You've never heard of Nome, Alaska? I mean, that's another city you could have named, and people would have recognized it.
I don't know Nome, Alaska.
Huh?
I got there to have a big, expensive bridge, but no skyscrapers.
We should.
He's so obsessed with skyscrapers.
He really is.
It's not a real city.
Because to him,
how is it not a real city?
Because we don't have skyscrapers here. What are you talking
we do.
about?
We have 3.
No, we
give us our
don't.
3.
Stop.
We have 3.
Stop.
I can name
Cleveland's
them.
a real city. Doesn't have skyscrapers.
We have big buildings. Like,
Yes,
how you going to be a capital and you ain't got a big building? You ain't got one bank there. No one's doing exports out of your city. Like, nothing. How your downtown, there's people just living on the main strip. You just got a house there and it's fenced in.
We gotta send him to Alaska.
Broke down car in your driveway in middle of downtown.
We're gonna sell this to like the Discovery Channel or something. Right?
Poundcake abroad.
Poundcake abroad.
But he's not even in a different country.
Right. He's still in the United States. He never wanted to do it.
Poundcake's America.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, even if ain't nobody in there, you gotta have something. Like, Cleveland builds a bunch of condos that nobody lives in. Why can't Alaska? Think of all the scenic views.
Maybe they do. Yeah, but you're just going to see views of mountains, and most of the country is not on the shoreline. Obviously,
the cruise ships are taller than the buildings.
You're looking over at Russia. I don't know. Well, your friends, though, when they go, will be able to report back to you and tell you how much fun they had.
I want them to. Well, they want me to visit, and I feel sorry for them because I don't know. I'm going to be real busy this year.
You feel sorry for your friends because they won't see you. I know. Yeah. That's a reason for you to feel sorry for them.
Like downtown Juneau.
That you won't be able to grace them with your presence. Is that the implication there?
Yeah. They need my company, and they're going to be real lonely apart from the U.S. But there's just a house right here. Like a house around a circle in their downtown Juneau, coming off a bridge. I just can't believe it.
Okay.
It's not a downtown.
Well, I guess it depends on what constitutes a downtown. Because there's a lot of resort towns, and their downtown is like a little quaint strip of stores and things. Like little beach towns and things. They're downtown, or their central commerce district is their downtown. It's just not,
Same thing.
There's no skyscrapers in Elk River, Michigan, but there's a little downtown.
Yes, but we're not talking about the capital. Like, if you got a driveway, if you have a personal driveway for your house in downtown, your downtown ain't a real downtown. You got a driveway. You could just pull up and no one parks in your driveway. It's not city property. You got a driveway. And you could close your little fence gate. That ain't a downtown.
Alan, Santa Fe is a capital with no skyscrapers. All right, well, there you go. We have any bureau chiefs in Santa Fe? No.
Where's that the capital of, Poundcake?
Santa Fe is not the capital. Albuquerque is the capital of New Mexico. Am I incorrect?
I don't know.
You tell me.
I'd trust you, actually.
I thought Albuquerque was, but it's New Mexico.
I'm sorry, Santa Fe is not only the capital of New Mexico, it is the oldest capital city in the United States.
Double whammy there.
Fine.
He goes, that was his response to that.
Maybe that's their allure, is that, we don't have skyscrapers because we like the old-timey, the Western.
Yeah, you can't build real tall buildings out of adobe.
I feel like
really, really hard. They'll fall over. They'll harden at the wrong time.
Fine.
Capital of, what's Missouri's capital?
Jefferson?
Is that what it is?
I don't know. Santa Fe, New Mexico, the
Jefferson
Roundhouse
City. That's another city that doesn't have a lot. I feel like it doesn't have a lot of skyscrapers. I think West Virginia's capital is the same way.
I've been through Charleston, West Virginia, and it does have skyscrapers in the middle of the mountains.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, you got to see over those mountains.
And they ain't even got they barely got 1 million people in their whole state, and they got skyscrapers.
He loves a skyscraper.
He really
wants
does.
that sky getting scraped
up.
up.
I feel like it's the perfect.
He wants a DNC on that sky, boy.
It embodies your city. It gives your city pride. Like this is our metropolis. This is what we built from the rubble, from the ground up. Like this
rubble.
But I don't know the rubble of what.
I don't know.
Were these cities bombed? And it's not Dresden, and
Well, there were probably wars fought in Cleveland.
The War of Cleveland. They fought over Toledo. That's how lame this area of the country is.
It was over property.
Yeah.
And Toledo has skyscrapers now.
Right.
It definitely looks like they've been scraped, but they have skyscrapers.
All right, well, But
there's plenty of, most states' biggest city isn't their capital city, though.
Yeah, like Albuquerque is not the capital of New Mexico.
New York is not the capital of New York.
Right.
But they did that on purpose, though, because then New York would have too much power.
Too much power. Boy, he's got some thoughts on urban planning,
because there was
on architecture, on all kinds of things.
Well, just as far as New York goes, there was no need to have the capital in New York because there's barely room as it is. They don't want the capital in New York.
But why not?
There just ain't no room. There's no need.
There's no need. But it's a center of commerce.
But it's not the center of the state. They want something right there in the middle.
Albany.
They
were like, hey, let's give Albany a rub.
No one cares about Albany other than the fact that it's a capital. Who just goes to Albany just to visit? No one.
Huh. All right. So to you, the big cities should not be capitals.
I didn't say that. I said
no.
New York
Shouldn't have been a capital. He doesn't care if it's a big city or not. He just wants there to be a skyscraper.
Skyscrapers.
There has to be skyscrapers.
Okay.
Now, the only time I give a pass is for Washington, D.C. I understand why they don't have skyscrapers. They don't want anything,
they don't want a bullseye on the...
Exactly. I can understand that. But other than that, if you're a big city, show your pride and build a skyscraper. It could be a condominium.
Condominium.
Condominium. It could be a bank. I didn't specify what it had to be.
All right.
Do something. Show you got a little cash.
I think the biggest city in the country that's a capital is Phoenix. And they have some tall buildings.
Yeah, I've been to Phoenix.
Sure. They got some tall buildings, right?
Why are they the biggest capital? Just by mileage or just?
No, they're the most populated city in the country that is a capital. Like Springfield, Illinois.
Not Austin?
No, wow. Phoenix is bigger than Austin.
Okay.
I mean, Austin's probably top 5, but Phoenix, I think, is the biggest because Phoenix is blowing up.
I mean, Austin's
has
blowing
been
up
for
too,
a while,
though.
yeah. Right, but like Phoenix is a couple million people. The size of Austin is still under 1 million, I think. It's like Columbus. Everybody goes, Columbus is bigger than Cleveland. No, it's not. It's just that the way that they do the census. Columbus had the good sense to annex their suburbs into Columbus proper. They couldn't get their heads around that here in Northeast Ohio. They go, no, the suburbs all have to be separate. So the city of Cleveland is like the Grand Rapids, Michigan. Columbus, all the suburbs and the metro are considered Columbus, which is good for development. It's good for revenue. They couldn't figure that out here in Cleveland. They're like, no, the suburbs all have to be separate. They all want to do their own thing. Columbus is like, let's get it together.
Even Harrisburg has some skyscrapers.
Harrisburg, PA?
Yeah.
Why are you, explain to me again why you're fixated on
the skyscrapers.
Because they built from the rubble? I mean.
Yes, it just shows pride for your city. I feel like if you're
well, it shows,
a city.
It shows investment capital in building a building.
You need a skyline. If you want to be a nice big city, you need a skyline. As far as I'm concerned. If a big city comes with 2 things, skylines and bridges. If you don't have.
What about Skyline Chili?
No comment, because I've never had it. I've never had it, so I don't know.
Right.
But like, if you've had all these big buildings and no bridges, you would be like, this city needs a bridge, wouldn't it? Wouldn't you say that? You would say, wow, all these big buildings, and I can't get anywhere. We need bridges. But if you had a bunch of bridges and no skyscrapers, what's the point?
Alan, Charleston, West Virginia has nothing taller than 5 stories. And that is not a skyscraper. Well, I think
it's a bunch of islands.
I think a skyscraper is, I think it's determined by the number of feet it is. I don't know if it's a number of stories. But if they have nothing taller than 5 stories, then correct. That's like the building we were in Oak Tree. This building here would be a skyscraper in Charleston, West Virginia.
I spoke too soon. At first I thought he was talking about Charleston, South Carolina. I was like, that's not the capital of South Carolina. But he was talking
I'll ask you a question. Is the capital of Kentucky, is it pronounced Louisville, Louisville, or Louisville?
Louisville.
Nope, it's pronounced Frankfurt.
Got him.
Trick question, sucker. How do you like that?
I think I was probably still wrong anyways. It's still Louisville, right? But they call it Louisville because they have the accent, right?
That's how I've heard it pronounced. I always say Louisville because that's how I've heard it pronounced.
Yeah, I always get that confused. Louisville, Kentucky, Lexington, Kentucky, and Frankfurt.
What do they
nobody
call?
ever talks about Frankfurt.
What do they call people from Frankfurt?
Freudians.
Ferdians. I was going for Frankfurters for the easy, dumb joke. He went with Ferdians. He found the one way to circumvent that dumb pun. God bless you.
He's just got a way. He's got a way of just being able to.
Alan, there are a lot of cities around the world where they will throw you off skyscrapers for being gay. Poundcake should consider this when he's doing his international travel.
Okay. Yeah. I'm proud to be an American. You're not going to throw me off a balcony for being gay. Just for being black.
But in another country, they would throw you off for being gay.
Okay, well, I was going to say I keep my nose to the grindstone, but no, I don't want to do that either. I keep a low profile when
You don't keep a low profile anywhere.
Yes,
What are
I
you
do.
talking about?
I go to
you be the guy, look at these buildings, look at these skyscrapers. You be like that girl walking around twirling a parasol looking at the big giant buildings.
I go to very touristy Toronto. I'm not going to have any problems being gay. Mexico, I was outside Cancun. I'm going to have no problems being gay. Ricky Martin owned a house on the island. Now Jamaica, I went a little too far there, but I was young. So I've learned from that experience. But I'm not.
Ricky Martin has entered the chat somehow.
Ricky Martin owns a house on Isla Mujeres.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so that's all.
Did you guys pull up to his house just to peer in over the gate?
Yeah,
Do you have a big RM on his gate?
We floated
like Disneyland?
We floated past it on the catamaran. And he was like, the tour guy was like, Ricky Martin, you guys love Ricky Martin. I was like, I love Ricky Martin.
What was that accent?
Ricky Martin. You guys love Ricky Martin.
You guys, Ricky Martin. All right. You nailed it.
Yeah, I understand what gays are, the feeling of gays around the world. I never said that. I just want to admire their beauty. London has skyscrapers.
Yeah, they got Big Ben. They have a giant clock.
Cape Town, South Africa has skyscrapers.
Yeah.
What about Tokyo? They have some of the best skylines in the world.
Go to Tokyo then. Holy cow. Except everybody's stacked on top of each other. My ex-wife lived in Tokyo for quite a while.
Like, don't you want...
Stacked on top of each other. It's like friggin' Blade Runner.
Don't you want do you know how much pride you feel for your city? I know you do, Alan, because Chicago's photographed all the time.
But not because of the skyscrapers.
Yes, it is.
People who live there never go downtown.
But
I couldn't tell you the few times I actually went downtown to do anything.
I'm just saying, it's all on calendars, and every time you don't
that's
touch your computer for a while, it pops up.
That's for the tourists. Just like deep dish pizza is for tourists. Chicagoans are eating thin tavern-cut pizza, which, by the way, I just got the email that Lou Malnati's is shipping them now.
Nice.
I don't have to settle for deep dish and get the tavern-cut shipped. No, that's for... Skylines are great. But again, you're not a photographer putting a calendar together. What do you care what the skyline looks like?
I don't know. It makes
You're going to go in all the tall buildings?
I might. I got to go see what was it? The Terminal Tower, our sky deck. I saw that. That was pretty cool.
They have a sky deck up there?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
I had to take 2 elevators to get there.
All right.
It was like,
but you had fun.
Yeah, we had a Groupon, and we went one
day. A group. See, that's what I'm saying. They got to offer Groupons to get people up there.
It was pretty cool, though.
Hey, want to feel like you're 100 feet off the ground?
No, it was pretty high.
We'll give it to you for $5.
Dude, you get like so lightheaded, like looking over, because you see the whole, it was the time around like Christmas time where everyone was skating. And so we're like looking down, I was like, oh my goodness.
Terminal Tower was the tallest building in the country outside of New York until like 50 years ago.
That's a long time, though.
Yeah. Well, anyway. I can't believe I don't know how the hell we got on that, but he likes his sky scraped.
Alaska needs
clean.
To step up their game.
Alaska because of the polar bear attack. That's what it was. Our bureau. I can't wait to hear from our bureau chiefs in Alaska weighing in on Poundcake's thoughts on the state of their scraped sky. I'm going to have, I'll have Pussifer tickets for you. Maynard Keenan and his band of merry men and women are doing Sonic Temple end of May. But after that, they're going to come up here and they're going to do MGM Northfield Park. That is Monday, May 29th. So if you're a Pussifer fan, I'll throw a couple of tickets at you coming back, and then 4:30, next chance for you to grab $1,000 and go fund yourself. So be listening for that. If you want to text for anything, 35192.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. 'Cause I love you, Alan. And it's time to give stuff away.
All right, Maynard Keenan, he of many, many bands, Tool and A Perfect Circle and Pussifer, the last of which are doing Sonic Temple in Columbus. I think they're maybe on the last night of that show. It's going to be Sunday, May 28th. Then they're going to go off and do their own thing here in Cleveland. So the next night, Monday, May 29th, bringing an LA band with them called Nightclub, who are great. Pussifer and Nightclub at MGM Northfield Park on Monday, May 29th. Ticketmaster.com will have whatever other details you need. I will give you 2 tickets here, so good luck. Who knows how he'll dress? Pussifer here in Cleveland, end of May. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
About 5 or 6 minutes from now, another $1,000 going out. I hope to you. Somebody wins every time. And go fund yourself with one of these keywords here in a few minutes. Cavaliers are off tonight. They are coming home tomorrow and Saturday. A couple of games against the Warriors and then the Bucks. 7:30 tip-off for both of those. They lost by 1 point last night. It's a nail-biter in Memphis. But they dropped to the Grizzlies. Grizzlies have now won 11 in a row. So 115 to 114 was the final there. The Cavs basketball tomorrow night to launch you into your weekend. Mary Santora is out today. She will be live from San Diego tomorrow, but I will still put people on her Polar Blast team. Snow Babies. My team's taken care of. My team, the Coxsicles, will do Bills next week. Big Billy's Bottom Boys.
That's right.
And you'll see we're getting ready to drop a little video promo for you very soon to get you excited about the Polar Blast, because you can just, even if you're not on one of our teams, a lot of people just come out and watch, and you can certainly do that because we party in the lodge. Matitude's going to spin for us. We got a bunch of prizes. Friday, February 3rd is when we go back up to Boston Mills Brandywine. It's been a 2-year hiatus. And so we'll return. And today and tomorrow, 5:20, I'll fill the last 2 slots on Mary's team. If you want to get on Poundcake's team, Barely White, you can go to WMMS.com and register for it there. Or if you are in a Circle K, because this is presented by Circle K and Pepsi, find yourself in a Circle K, there's a Pepsi display, there's a QR code on it, scan that. And that could get you on Poundcake's team, too. Is he still talking to the winner?
No, I'm good now.
I accidentally left you potted up in the break.
Oh, you did? Well, I
did.
I was on program 3 though, so I don't.
It was my fault. I had to take a pish, and I go down the hall and I come back in. Bill goes, "Hey, Poundcake was just all over the." I go, "Oh, God damn it! I forgot to pot you down." So whatever you were recording.
Pride Guide.
Yeah.
Good thing I didn't curse.
It is a
yes.
good thing.
Why would you curse in the Pride Guide?
Because I was getting it wrong.
Hey, it's effing Pride Week.
I couldn't pronounce a word, and it was
Mother effers.
I couldn't pronounce the word, and it was. I'm like, damn it! I gotta re-record.
Thank God. Oh man, yes. So
no,
that is pilot error on my end.
Well, I remember I was on air one time before because I was in program 1, but now it's a forced habit. When I don't hear the radio going, I'm like, all right, I can record now because I don't hear it. I'm in program. So I'm really surprised it went over air.
Well, anyway, that was it was my fault.
Well, y'all got a sneak peek.
Yeah,
the
text started blowing up. I was like, oh God, that was my fault.
Whoopsie doodle.
Yeah. Whoopsie doodle.
Hey, it's my dog.
How is the dog?
Dog's great. Dog's real good. Yeah, she nothing really to report. She's just a good dog. A sweet dog. Likes treats and walks.
Treats and walks. That's exciting.
It's not really, but that's the beauty of it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's just, she was very excited to see me when I got home on Monday because she was losing her mind. My girlfriend stayed with her, and she was just, she's used to me being around, and I'm not there, and she's just like, where is this guy? He's my everything. And then I got home, and she just flipping out.
He's my everything.
Yeah, you are, because you're a god to your pet, right?
Yeah.
We are pets' gods. And so when you show up, they have no object constancy. They have no, they're like an infant. People go, my dog's really smart. Your dog is smart for a dog, not for a person. I have an Australian Shepherd, one of the smartest breeds out there. She still
dumb
flips
as a
out.
rock.
She's smart. She's a smart dog, but she flips out if the doorbell rings or if she hears a knock. If I'm screwing around and I do this, she thinks somebody's at the front door. Some dogs freak out when they see a dog on television.
That's my dog. My dog freaks out if it's anything resembling a dog. My girlfriend was listening to Spotify on the TV, and it had an album cover, and the album cover had the silhouette of a dog, and my dog was like, who is this? Why are they in my house? And just started barking at the TV screen because of an outline of a dog.
Yeah.
Very funny.
My dog doesn't recognize dogs on television. She doesn't bark at herself in the mirror, nothing like that.
My dog always gets, because there's a mirror in my closet, and when my dog will get into bed, she'll catch a glimpse of herself in that mirror and be like, what? Again, why do you guys let this dog in here every night? And she gets all fired up by it.
Every night when I come home, she stands there barking at me for a good 5 minutes. I'm like, I live here. You have lived here your whole life with me. She's just excited that I'm home, I guess.
That's cute. Yeah, I don't have a dog.
You should get a dog. See, my dog's a herding dog, so she's constantly on alert for something that she thinks is coming to get you. Like my mom has a Chihuahua, and people talk about how Chihuahuas are the greatest guard dogs on the planet because they bark at every goddamn thing. Now, that's a double-edged sword. That might make for a great guard dog, but do you want that yippy bark all the time? My answer would be no. But some people don't mind it. Let me give you this money here. It's $1,000. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. Listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword PAY at WMMS.com. That's PAY. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Alan, you sound phenomenal, and I bet you smell terrific.
Hey, how about that? Here's an unsolicited message.
There are some people.
Of a guy who's nailing it. Well, I did start wearing cologne in the new year.
I'm glad.
Yeah. Started wearing, what's my winter cologne? Oh, it's Armani Code. Although I did forget this morning. Because here's my thought. I go, you know what, though? I don't want it fighting with my deodorant.
Fighting?
Yeah, see, you don't have to worry about that because your deodorant's not that overpowering.
Well, neither is the cologne, but maybe between the two of them, they're morphing into some
something unpleasant.
Yeah, less is more when it comes to cologne. Little dab will do you.
There are some people where you can look at them and tell that they smell good. Like Bill, he looks like a guy that smells good, and he does. He constantly, every time.
Well, Bill looks like a guy who smells like soap.
Well, that's
There's
good. That smells good.
I agree. I'm just saying
cologne.
He doesn't look like a guy who. Do you?
Yeah.
You don't look like a guy who wears cologne to me. You look like a guy who's like freshly scrubbed.
Well, I like a soapy cologne.
I have my cologne in one of those atomizer squeeze bottles and a soapy cologne.
Yeah. No, it's actually more of. I have two that I use, and.
What are you wearing right now?
I have to look it up because I don't remember the name brand.
Oh, was it purchased for you?
No.
Is it a winter scent? Are you wearing it out of season?
I don't know what a winter scent
Well,
is.
A winter scent is more kind of woody, musky. Summertime, you're going for something citrusy.
Okay, it's a Duke Cannon.
That's made up.
It's
Duke Cannon.
It's
Wasn't that Nick Offerman's character in Parks and Rec?
It's Duke Cannon's Sawtooth is the one that I'm wearing today.
Okay.
I like Sawtooth and Huron. No, Duke Silver is from Parks and Rec. It's just a basic, like $25 bottle of cologne from Target, but it smells nice. I don't need to go and get like. I think cologne is one of those things where you can get stuff like that, and it smells just as good as anything that you're paying $80 a
I
bottle
agree.
for.
I would never spend that money on cologne. I mean, literally, the Armani coat I have is like it's a little tiny little travel size that I've had for a while and forgot I had it. Duke Cannon, I think you're in the right season. Cedar, amber, and alpine air.
Okay.
Do you smell like you just got back from a skiing trip?
You smell me.
I'm not going to smell you. I don't want to smell you.
Get a whiff.
All right. Let
All
me
right,
smell.
It's probably right around here.
Hold on. Oh, that smells pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a there's no affront to it.
No,
it smells good.
It's good, but it's not overwhelming.
Do you spray your clothes?
I missed it. And then
you walk into it?
I just kind of spray it up and let it fall.
But you
on
put
me.
it on your clothes.
Yeah.
I
but
see.
like not too close because then it'll like leave a spot.
Gotcha. You want to spray it in the air, walk through it.
Mm-hmm.
That guy who thought that Poundcake should gay up his sports report earlier, we're taking care of that now. Don't worry about it, Poundcake.
Yeah,
you don't have to worry.
Smell.
Fresh air, dense cedar, and raw amber. I would love to work for a company that either comes up with paint names or all these fake ways to describe what a cologne smells like, because it's like the J. Peterman catalog on Seinfeld. You know, nobody's going to go, I really want something that smells like I've been exploring densely forested terrain.
Yes, I do.
You kind of
It's a
have
good smell though.
It is a good smell.
I only have those two colognes. The other one is, I believe, called Huron, and I think that's more the summer one.
Okay.
Because it's blue, so I figured to summery.
Yeah.
But it's a nice one too. And then I also joined some of these.
So Huron is another Duke Cannon cologne.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I joined a couple of these, subscription boxes where they send you stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
I got one of those. I got a watch one. So I got a real nice watch. I have to get it adjusted so it'll fit my wrist. It's a little too big right now. And I'll debut that probably at the Alex Theater.
When is that?
January 28th.
Oh, wow.
BillSquire.com for tickets. Let's sell that out.
I have used Huron shampoo.
Okay.
I don't know if that's the same.
It's probably the same
brand. Okay.
Okay. And then the watch, they knocked it out of the park. It's a really nice watch. It was like a $300 watch. You pay $100 for it. It's a nice, it's one of those things where they're marking it up or whatever, so you don't really know how much the watches cost. But it's a cool service. Thread Beast, on the other hand, keeps missing the mark with me.
Really?
Yeah. It's on my Instagram story. There's this jean jacket that they sent me that is it's so not my style, and they ask you for your style, and
right.
they ask for your Instagram so they can see the clothes that I wear. And there was a jacket that I was wearing earlier in the week that they sent me last time after I had to send everything back. The first time they sent me stuff, it was all stuff that I wouldn't wear. Sent it all back. They sent me a new package. They did a much better job with that second one. This is my third package, and it's this. It looks like a heron fighting a tiger on the back of it, and it's like this distressed jean jacket, and it says Dreamland Tiger versus Crane. It's just not my style.
Can I give you some inside information?
Yeah.
Some inside sources?
Let's do it.
So Gwen used to be a stylist for Stitch Fix.
Yeah, we talked about this because the last time I got my last box, I was like, this is the stuff they sent me today, and it actually looked all really good together.
Right. The problem that a lot of these styling type things have is lack of inventory.
Mm-hmm.
So they got to send you something.
Right.
So when she was doing that, there were a couple. She goes, let me send you one of these and you can see how it works and you can kind of be my test subject or whatever. And she nailed it, obviously, for me. And I ended up buying a few things, because some of these things aren't cheap. Like if you decide to keep them and buy them, they're not cheap. But inventory issues is what a lot of these clothing box subscription companies are even before COVID. But that just exacerbated it, was inventory issues. So they're just probably just sending
whatever they can.
Some,
yeah,
yes.
they're like, this might fit your
This
fat
is
ass.
clothes.
Yeah. And then
you
there's
can spray cologne all over this.
a hoodie that was just, it's the next slide, and it is also just not something that I would wear.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to send those back and see if they can figure out something that's more my type.
By the way,
or I'll just cancel.
Great, thank you so much. Great information person who texted me. Soapy Cologne is a new right-hander for the Guardians.
Hey, nice.
Hey, James.
Hey, what's going on, Alan and Bill?
Soapy Cologne.
Cologne's great.
You win today, sir or madam. What's up, James?
Not much. I just, Bill, I can attest that Bill does smell delicious all the time, very soapy cologne.
Wow.
But my mom got me that Duke Cannon soap and a beard scrub, and I love it. It smells delicious. I told my mom thanks. She goes, oh, it's great. I got it at the hardware store. So I guess I smell like a hardware store now. I'm not quite sure, but the stuff's fantastic.
Huh.
Yeah, it's good stuff. That's
Oh,
a weird.
it looks great.
It's a weird thing that they sell it at the hardware store, but I guess there's some guys that be like, well, if I'm gonna wear a cologne, I'm gonna buy it from the hardware store.
It's super masculine. Well, hey, I'll let you guys go. I just want to let you know that you're wearing cologne from the hardware store. So good job.
Okay, good. Thank
Thanks,
you, James. The hardware store. What's the matter with that?
Nothing wrong with that.
Who is going to know better what a real man should smell like than the old guy at Ace Hardware?
Right.
This is my wife, when she used to work for the Cleveland Film Commission, she was constantly squiring people around. She was one of the locations coordinators. And so when a director or actors would be in town, and she would drive them around and blah, blah, blah. And when Nicolas Cage was in town for something he was either potentially shooting or did shoot here or whatever, he's riding shotgun. And she gives these people, she's a pro, she gives people their space and wasn't super chatty. And he mentioned something about his cologne, and so she's like, all right, I'll play along. And she asked him where he got it, and he's like, I can't tell you. Like, he brought it up,
He brought it up.
Yes, like quintessential Nick Cage. I can't tell you, it's a special blend made just for me. And she was like, oh, cool. And they keep driving, and she doesn't say anything more. And he goes, all right, I'll tell you. He was dying to tell her.
Did that happen to me with Chad Daniels, the comedian I was working with? He was telling me about something, and I got to keep it off the air. But he's like, yeah, me and so-and-so had, go our different ways. And I was like, oh, okay, that's a bummer. What happened? And he goes, I can't tell you. And then literally a beat goes by. He goes, okay, this way. And I was like,
right.
Very funny.
Like,
he couldn't wait to.
Right.
He just wanted me to pry a little bit more, but I'm like, I'm not going to pry anything.
And I'm not a prior either.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go, oh, come on, what happened? I'm like, okay, you've just told me you don't want to talk about it. That's where the conversation ends. I respect your decision.
And he told me about it. I was like, oh, yeah, I can see why you did what you did, because it was a weird thing to do.
Yeah. Alan, I got my cologne at the hardware store, too. It's called WD-40.
Yeah! Hank Hill!
That's right. Get that water displacement. Delicious. I've got a break again here. If you want to text for anything, 35192. To do that, you can watch, if you like, at AlanCoxShow.com. Listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show. On 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
You claim that a restaurant that you would go to in college was busted because the guys that worked there were putting secret sauce into the food, so to speak.
It was a place that people would go after they were drinking late at night, very small, and I swear that police raided them and they found semen. Woo! God, just saying that word makes me sneeze.
She's allergic to anything that has to do with sex.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Alan. We've been talking about the return of the Polar Blast Battle nonstop because we are so excited to get back to Boston Mills Brandywine. Friday, February 3rd is when it's going to go down. If you are at a Circle K, because it's brought to you by Circle K and Pepsi, find that Pepsi display. There's a QR code on it. Scan that. That is your chance to win your way onto Team Poundcake. and you'll be competing against my team and Bill and Mary. Winning team gets a huge prize pack, tickets to Boston Mills Brandywine, a whole bunch of Circle K and Pepsi swag, and lots more. So I hope you can join us February 3rd, Boston Mills Brandywine, for the Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle with Circle K.
BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, welcomes basketball fans.
do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Wah! Who is this, Poundcake?
I think he's on the phone still.
No, I'm thinking. Foo Fighters.
Foo Fighters.
Can't do
correct.
this.
These guys aren't screwing around. They are, last couple of years, prior to Taylor Hawkins' death, they were like, why mount a tour where we can just go do every festival on the planet? And so they're doing Sonic Temple. They're doing Bonnaroo. I think they're doing Lollapalooza or Coachella, a bunch of things, right? They have added the Harley-Davidson Homecoming Festival in Milwaukee to the lineup.
Nice.
Green Day and Foo Fighters are going to be your headliners for that. Milwaukee, the 800-pound gorilla up there is a festival called Summerfest, where you're hard-pressed to find a band that is not playing Summerfest. So they're going to be competing against, not the same weekend, obviously. This is going to happen July 13th through the 15th. So for our bureau chiefs in Milwaukee, you probably already know about this. Social D, Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, and many, many more are going to be playing. I do like these days, too, that the Green Day guys, they've all opted to dye their hair jet black. Like Billy Joe has always done that. But like Mike Dirnt and Trey Cool, all three of them now, jet black hair dye. It's a good look. Nobody can tell how old you are unless they were to go to Wikipedia.
Unless they see the crow's feet and they go, oh, you're not 22.
That's where the sunglasses come in, and you best believe they're all wearing those.
Well, then you're good. You're all good.
Yeah. So a bunch of good bands are going to play. Fantagram, another great band. White Reaper, awesome band. Kenny Hoopla, I think he's a Chicago rapper, isn't he? So anyway, add that to Foo Fighters' list of festival dates that they will do. Yeah, their first show back is Boston Calling. That's the one I was trying to think of. That'll be their first show back without Taylor Hawkins. First live band show. They're doing Coachella and Bonnaroo and the whole thing. Green Day's doing that When We Were Young festival. But Poundcake knows all about Foo Fighters. So congratulations to him.
I'm kind of attracted to Dave Grohl. He's
a very talented dude.
Yeah, but the talent is, that's cool. A lot of people are talented. Sam Smith's talented, and he's ugly. But
you think Sam Smith's ugly?
He is ugly.
Interesting. Well, I always thought he kind of had he's kind of got little buggy eyes, but he's got like a boyish face, right? He's got kind of a round. He doesn't have an angular face, but he's kind of got like a baby face, doesn't he?
I don't find him particularly attractive.
Huh.
He looks like a Duplo person.
A Diplo?
No,
Duplo.
Duplo.
Like bargain basement Fisher Price or whatever?
Well, it's the little kids, like the toddler version of Lego, right?
Ah.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
I think so.
A Duplo person.
Or maybe I'm thinking of Fisher Price.
Yeah, maybe you are. I don't know.
But Dave Grohl, I just find him hot. Like, he's an older, hot guy. He keeps himself together.
Pride of Warren, Ohio, Dave Grohl.
Oh, yeah.
He keeps himself together. He's got like long, unkempt hair. And what is it about Dave Grohl?
It looks manufactured, long, unkempt hair. He looks like I'm trying so hard to not look like I'm put together. So I'm going to, make sure this hair's out of place. Like sex hair.
All right, well, there you go. I mean, Sam Smith's a better singer.
Yeah.
Dave Grohl's not a singer by trade, by his own admission. He used to have to chew gum, keep from throwing up from screaming so loud. That's the trouble with Sam Smith, though. All of the solo stuff he's done, this is still his best song. The song he did with Disclosure. This was kind of before he blew up.
Yeah, this was like his single that...
His entree into the world of pop music. Nevertheless, another piece of the Poundcake puzzle falls into place.
Yeah, I mean, I understand.
Dave Grohl forever, Sam Smith never.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily... I like Sam Smith's music. There's a lot of people that like Lizzo's music, but they're not sexually attracted to her. I like rock stars because I find them attractive, not necessarily I dig their music. So it goes both ways.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. That iHeartRadio Alter Ego Festival must have gone off great because the Fall Out Boy guitarist says he's leaving the band. Joe Troman is the longtime guitarist for Fall Out Boy. I think they've kept the same 4 founding members the whole time. And they just announced their latest album, and he's announced he's leaving the band to attend to his, what he says, rapidly deteriorating mental health. That's got to suck. Imagine you get to do for a living what you always wanted to do. Fall Out Boy is another band. They're a Chicago band. They're another band that kind of couldn't get arrested in town. Disturbed and Fall Out Boy are 2 Chicago bands that exploded, but as a local band, nobody cared about them. So you get to do what you want to do. You're like, I'm a guitarist, I'm a drummer, I'm a singer, whatever. I get to live out my dream to be a professional working musician. And then over time, everything that comes with it, doing press and touring and the toll on your relationships, all the stuff that has nothing to do with the music, which is what got you to do it in the first place, overrides all that other stuff, and it just becomes like a hell for you. That would suck. To get to the point where you're like, and countless musicians and artists have said it, they're like, I should be having the time of my life. And I want to curl up in a ball and whatever.
Yeah, because the business sucks.
That's what I'm saying.
It's
all
the
the
music
stuff,
business.
all the stuff that has nothing to do with the music, though. He said, Neil Young said it's better to burn out than fade away. Burning out is dreadful, and I must disclose that my mental health has rapidly deteriorated over the past several years. But he says he will 100% return to the band. And again, that's another band where everybody knows one guy. Everybody knows Pete Wentz.
The looker.
Because he had a famous girlfriend. He's not even a good-looking dude. But he was the guy who got a famous girlfriend and whatever. The guy's like 4 feet tall. But unless you're a Fall Out Boy fan, you'd never pick one of these other 3 guys out of a lineup. The new Fall Out Boy album, if you like them, is coming out March 24th. But he's not going out with them. They just played our Alter Ego Festival. Like last weekend. So I hope it had nothing to do with us. I hope that they didn't. He was like, I got to get out of I got to get out of this. I can't do this anymore. I have to alter my own ego. I'll tell you what, though, that is I was reading about Jonah Hill. You might have seen the trailer for the new Jonah Hill movie. It's him, it's Eddie Murphy, it's David Duchovny, it's the luscious Julia Louis-Dreyfus. It's a movie called You People. Jonah Hill is engaged to Eddie Murphy's daughter. It's a Netflix movie. Jonah Hill he figured it out because he said, I'm not doing press anymore because it's bad for my mental health. That's the way to do it. Nobody doing movies wants to do press. They're like, the junkets suck. But you have to do it. It's part of the business. Jonah Hill goes, nah, I got to attend to my mental health. And everybody else like, God, why didn't I think of that? God, what a great loophole. Because all of his cast members obviously have to publicly support him. They're like, hey, whatever he needs to do. But deep down, David Duchovny, he goes, I'd love to not do press too, but it's just part of the game. I don't think he was throwing shade. That was just his quote. Everybody else like, hey, whatever he needs to do. Listen, I think Jonah Hill goes, it's Eddie Murphy. They don't need me.
Right.
It's a great loophole. Press sucks. I don't like doing junkets because it's bad for my mental health. Yeah, it's bad for everybody's mental health.
Didn't Tom Cruise stop doing press because of this?
Of course.
He's like, I'm tired of people getting to know the real me.
Well,
that's not good for my mental health.
Except that if it were a situation where it was like, it'd be one thing if you were like, it's really bad for my mental health to be on social media. Everybody can understand that. But you will never get a more fawning group of people in succession than when you're doing a junket. There aren't people trying to ask you gotcha questions. It's people who are so happy. You know, some girl from a TV station in Waterloo, Iowa is talking to Eddie Murphy for 4 minutes so they can show it as the kicker on the night. You know, here's our entertainment reporter, Jenny Ramirez, who sat down with David Duchovny. No, but it's really annoying for the actors. What a smart move by him. Yeah, this is all bad for my mental health. I mean, I don't think Jonah Hill is renowned as a guy with a thick skin in general, but still. Everybody else in this movie is like, yeah, I would love to.
I beat me to it.
Yeah, of course. I would love to not do this.
My mental health too. I also don't have good mental health.
Yeah. Right. Jonah Hill wrote the movie with Kenya Barris, who's the director. But what a cast. Julia Louis-Dreyfus, David Duchovny. One of my longtime man crushes is David Duchovny. Eddie Murphy. I like how for a while Eddie Murphy didn't do anything, and now he's like, yeah, I'll do whatever.
He's got like young kids again, right? He had like a young...
He's got 17 kids or something. I mean, he's always had kids.
Well, he took a break.
Took a break.
For his mental health.
Right. But he got Shrek money.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, I don't have to do a friggin' thing.
For the rest of his life.
Eddie Murphy is in the position that, I mean, involuntary manslaughter charges aside, financially, Eddie Murphy is in the position that Alec Baldwin would love to be in. We have a bunch of kids, but you also have a ton of money. And Alec Baldwin's not broke. He's not poor. But he has said, I can never stop working because now I have all these young kids and I can never stop working. Eddie Murphy, he's still knocking girls up. He's like, I'll take care of it.
Feels good.
Yeah, of course. Like Nick Cannon
Trying
is
to
going to
knock
have
Nick Cannon out of headlines.
Nick Cannon, everybody's like, I don't understand Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon, I believe, truly thinks he's going to die before most of these kids even get to high school.
Probably he has lupus.
Lupus.
He's going to get it. Or he thinks it's going to kill him young.
So I think he's like, this is my legacy, whatever. But even though for the majority of people, lupus is not a fatal condition. But that's got to be what Nick Cannon's thinking. Eddie Murphy is like, yeah, I'll take care of whoever. Because didn't he have a kid with Scary Spice, but he denied it for a long time?
Yeah.
And then she did DNA, and she's like, this is your kid, just pay up. He's like, all right, I will.
I wonder why he did that. Was it because she was black? Or, like, he didn't want to claim her? Like,
because she was black.
Well, why would he, like...
Okay. Do you know Eddie Murphy is black?
No. He's black. Shrek's not black. Or Donkey's not black.
Donkey.
I don't know, but, like, why would he not claim her? Was he messing around with someone else and she was just, like, in the way?
I'm black, and I'm gay.
I think that he probably didn't necessarily believe that it was his kid.
Mm.
And if you are a rich guy, you're going to go, well, there's nothing wrong with proving that's my kid. That's fully, you want me to pick up the tab, that is fully within my rights. Because he got divorced like a second time or something, and then he starts dating Scary Spice. It was a long time ago, 15, 20 years ago. And he was doing one of these junkets, and some reporter asked him about the rumor that he knocked up Scary Spice. I don't know what movie he was doing press for, but he was like in Denmark or something. And like, is it true you knocked up Spurs? And he's like, I'm not talking, what? I'm not talking about that. Kid was born on his birthday. So, and for a while he's like, I'm not looking for a relationship with this kid.
That's so messed up.
That's the jab and twist. Where you're like, yeah, it's my kid, but I mean, what do you want me to do? But he's got a lot of kids.
Don't you think?
He's Catholic. So there's probably a part of him that he's like, I got to take care of these kids. He's got 10 kids. Damn. But he still looks good. 61 years old. So if you can pay for him, keep cranking them out.
He's going to do the opposite of Jonah Hill. He's like, I have to go on these press tours for my mental health to get away from these young kids.
That's right. Alan, tell Poundcake that Dave Grohl looks like a droopy dog with a beard. What does that mean? Like Droopy, the cartoon character?
Yeah, I can see that a little bit.
Okay.
So maybe Poundcake thinks Droopy can get it.
I didn't ask everyone else if they thought he was hot. I said I find him attractive. Just like Alan thinks Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
I would take a Sarah Huckabee Hander from her.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders is hot, oddly attractive or whatever.
Yeah, I never said hot. She's oddly attractive. Hey, she just as her first executive order there as governor of Arkansas, she outlawed CRT, which no one is teaching in Arkansas, but she's dealing with what the people want, what the most important thing is.
Hello, all you happy people. You know what? I'm the hero.
Yeah, that's some early Dave Grohl from an old Foo Fighters junket. Alan, wasn't Nick Cannon sleeping with that model who has AIDS? Maybe he has HIV and is saying he has lupus.
He's getting into character for a Tyler Perry movie.
I don't know anything about that. Tyler Perry movie.
The AIDS movie is Bill.
Part 2.
You're like, what? She got AIDS? I gotta watch this movie now.
Still haven't watched it. I need to watch it sometime. It's got to be the most ridiculous movie.
You need to take an edible and then watch it.
Take an edible?
I don't think Bill will like it. It's very churchy. Like, these movies are all rooted in faith. Like,
yeah, I don't think I'm going to watch it and be like, this is a great movie. I'm going to watch it and be like, this is the exact dog crap that I thought it was going to be.
Right.
I was watching.
It's like a full-length Darman movie.
Mm-hmm. Oh, jeez.
Over our Martin Luther King holiday, or our 4-day weekend, I stumbled upon Tyler Perry's Medea's Homecoming, and I watched it. I'm like, all right, I haven't seen a Medea movie.
What? Medea
movie in so long. I was like, okay, I'll watch it.
Was that the head of the UN in the mid-aughts? Medea from Senegal?
And I watched it, and it's the first movie that he's had that has had a gay character in it. I'm like, okay, great.
I thought he was in all his
I'm
movies.
black, and I'm gay.
Not a gay character, because it was all churchy.
You fairy.
So now he's like brought his audience enough, like, all right, well, we have to get with the times, so we'll put a gay character in.
Now,
Why didn't you tell me that you were gay?
They did break out into song like that, yeah.
Is there, is it a gay character and they accept him for being gay, or they're like, Sander?
Yeah, just a straw man.
I don't know
it's just a hollow character they put in there just so everybody can tell he's going to go to hell.
Yeah, because there's all these movies. There's this guy on TikTok, and I can't remember his name right now, but he watches all these Christian movies and like gives like a synopsis on it and like edits the best scene, like, you know, they're not the best scenes, but like the craziest scenes. And there's this one where it was a guy. They're very obsessed with gay stuff, and they're like, I should be able to discriminate against these gay people.
Right.
And then they have these over-the-top scenes where gay people are protesting this guy who just like works at a hardware store, and he's like, they're turning my life upside down, and it's just, they're so bad.
These people think that Jesus was hyper-focused on what's happening in your pants.
Mm-hmm.
Even though pants weren't even a thing.
Nope.
Ideally, when he was...
They're all cross-dressing back then.
Everyone that practices sodomy from the day of this message will get cancer in the butthole. It'll burn and burn and burn.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to spoil it for you. Maybe you have to watch that one too. But there is a huge plot twist with the gay guy.
Oh, just tell me. I'm not going to watch it.
He's not gay. He's straight.
No, the gay guy is gay. They accept him. But he came home with his roommate, and everyone thought his roommate was his partner. His roommate is actually sleeping with his mom.
That's the plot twist?
Yeah, his roommate is like, wait, you're not sleeping with so-so? He's like, no, I'm in love with his mom. And then he asked his mom to marry him at the end of the movie when they graduate. I said, what type of stuff is this? They're running out of storylines.
I feel like the way they write a Tyler Perry movie is they just go through old episodes of Jerry Springer and then just turn it into a movie.
My roommate's in love with my mom.
Yeah.
Ain't no good gonna come to you.
Alan, I can't even afford hardware store cologne. I get mine at Harbor Freight. There you go. Get some Creed Aventus.
I got Jean Paul Gaultier. I think that's why you pronounce it.
Dude,
Gaultier.
please say that again.
Jean Paul Gaultier.
I don't even know what name he's trying to say.
I have it with me.
I'm sure you do.
Is Jean Paul Gaultier.
Dude, is it shaped like a woman's body or a guy's body? It's like a torso,
like a little,
right?
Jean Paul, Paul.
We got the John Paul part.
Gaultier.
Gaultier.
Pardon?
Gaultier. Gaultier?
Jean Paul Gaultier. Oh, it's so good. Is it that black bottle with the male torso on it?
I have that one too. Yeah, but that's not the one I brought.
I don't know how to pronounce this, but I'm going to guess it's Gaultier.
Gaultier, yes,
Gaultier?
like this guy.
Yeah.
Where do you think this guy took his name from? John Paul. What'd you
Gaultier,
call him?
Gaultier spells it at least more phonetically.
Right, but I mean, obviously,
yeah.
it's just
So
like
it's
a
French?
malaprop. Yes, Jean-Paul Gaultier.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's kind of French.
Gaultier.
Yes.
Gaultier is French.
But how'd you get Gautla? There isn't an A at the end. Gautla.
Gaultier.
Gaultier?
If you said Gaultier, I would understand that. Because that's
Jean-Paul Gaultier. It's Mark Paul Gosselaar cologne.
Ooh, I'd wear that too.
It's called Spritz by the Bell. All right, I got a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to do that, AlanCoxShow.com to watch, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free
And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
It's time to give stuff away, away. Alan Cox, baby, giving stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, after a 2-year hiatus, we returned to Boston Mills Brandywine for the Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle. What was our annual tubing race. Each one of us with a team. My team, the Coxsicles, against Mary's Snow Babies, Big Billy's Bottom Boys, and Poundcake's Barely White, the team that he shares with Boston Mills Brandywine mascot Barry White. Co-captains, if you will. If you want to register to be on Poundcake's team, go to WMMS.com, find the contest section there. I'm going to put somebody else on Mary's team right now. Snow Babies. Polar Blast Battle, Friday, February 3rd. If you just want to join us, maybe you don't make it to a team, we always end up needing alternates. You can come out and hang. We have a good time. Attitude's going to spin. It's all brought to you by Circle K and Pepsi. So get on Mary's team right now. Caller 10. You'll be on the team. You can bring a +1 to cheer you on. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Of course, a very famous song about the state of Michigan. I believe. I'm sorry, I've been misinformed. David Crosby has died at 81 years old. They said he had been sick for a little bit. David Crosby, easily one of the most influential musicians of the 60s. He founded the Byrds, which was a huge band for a while, and then Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Neil Young would join them around this time. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. 81 years old. His stories of drug abuse as famous as any of the music he ever produced. But founded the Byrds with Roger McGuinn. I don't know if Roger McGuinn is still alive. Yeah, he is. And a few other guys. And they really there was a template for kind of folk rock in the 60s, and that was the Byrds. It was a few short years he was in it, and he starts hanging out with Stephen Stills and Graham Nash, who were in 2 other bands. Stills in a band called Buffalo Springfield. Graham Nash was in a band called the Hollies. Remember Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress? That was the Hollies. And they were part of that super chill, hippie 60s California thing. And Neil Young had been in Buffalo Springfield too, and so he came on after a while, and of course by the end of it, they all hated each other's guts. Neil Young said he would never, ever even get on stage with those guys again. Because it was the 60s, so they were smack dab in the middle of literally sex and drugs and rock and roll. And David Crosby was famously arrested, went to prison in the 80s. He had a liver transplant in the 90s. And he got to be a crusty old dude. You know, he would still tour, still make money. He's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame twice. He's in there as a member of the Byrds. And he's in there as a member of Crosby, Stills, and Nash. About 6 years apart, he went in twice. And he was a Nepo baby. You know, everybody talks about Nepo babies now.
Oh, yeah.
Nepotism.
The hottest term.
His
Nepo baby is so hot right now.
his family were famous, or they were in the business, you know? His dad was an Oscar winner. He was a cinematographer. I think his mom was a famous artist of some kind. So David Crosby did not grow up poor. He grew up a California rich kid, which is probably what led a lot of people to try to do the hippie thing. You know how they call them Trustafarians. You see a lot of those whack white boy dreadlocks, kids that are busking, you know, but they have trust funds or whatever. They're kind of slumming it. But David Crosby was really good at writing songs, and I think he wanted to do some solo stuff. But by the time Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young was done, nobody was talking to anybody. And there was a documentary maybe a couple of years ago on David Crosby, and he just was a crusty old dude. He's like, I don't care about streaming. I don't care. You know, he's an old hippie. He put out an album every few years. I think he came through the Kent stage not long ago. Anytime he'd come through, that's normally where you'd see him. And then all the other old hippies would go and plop down in those seats and watch David Crosby. But I think he banged Joni Mitchell back in the day. And, you know, quintessential 60s California rock and roll.
Wasn't he the donor for Melissa Etheridge and her girlfriend's baby?
He was the sperm donor, and it was, for a long time, it was a mystery. Nobody wanted to divulge anything. And it was revealed many years later that David Crosby was Melissa Etheridge's sperm donor. There's live audio of that transaction. Sorry, live audio of that transaction. So yeah. They were selling millions and millions of albums. But David Crosby, he liked to party. Started out doing heroic amounts of cocaine. Switched to heroin. And that was kind of what split up Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. It's not like any of those guys were priests. None of them were straight edge. But Neil Young was like, David Crosby is miles ahead of the rest of us insofar as substance abuse goes. And I got to get out of here and whatever. So David Crosby is dead at 81. They arrested him in the early 80s in a nightclub because he had a handgun and a crack pipe. Did some prison time. I mentioned that. He would get fines all the time for pot and guns. Just a few years ago, he hit a jogger with his car. Poundcake, do you know who David Crosby is?
I didn't until you said something.
We just talked about Stephen Stills last week when he passed away.
Jeff Beck. Or were you leading him?
Or was it Jeff Beck. I'm sorry.
I was like,
yeah,
what was
Jeff
your
Beck.
question?
Yeah, but I mean, we had just talked about this band.
Yeah, Jeff Beck just died.
Yeah, and so now they got another one dead.
Yes, now they have another one dead, yes. Jeff Beck was 76, David Crosby 81.
Because I confused Jeff Beck with Beck the band.
Beck Hansen is what, yes. Right.
The human band.
The human band.
And you'd see David Crosby. You know, one of Gwen's favorite shows is Roseanne. And you'd see David Crosby in an old episode of Roseanne. He was in Hook. He obviously did a couple of cameos on The Simpsons. His last solo album was almost 10 years ago. But he wrote books and they did documentaries on him because he was such a larger than life kind of crusty figure. He was at the center of that 60s folk rock thing. He has a wife, their son Django, and a bunch of older kids. So there you go. David Crosby, dead at 81. People pointing out that his and Melissa Etheridge's son killed himself because of his drug addiction. I think that was not long ago, right? That was a few years ago. Don't forget the legendary Chicago folk band, the Blue Jean Committee. Have you ever watched? Do you watch documentary now? Mulaney.
I watched a couple episodes.
God, the Blue Jean Committee. Oh. Okay, let me give you this money here. I'll stop waxing nostalgic about David Crosby. It's $1,000. Chance for you to go fund yourself. Listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword BILLS at WMMS.com. That's BILLS. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Mm-hmm. Trying to find some David Crosby from The Simpsons. Because there was one where, like, he awards the Grammy to the B-Sharps. I think he was in that one. And then there's one where Barney's like, oh, you were a singer? Maybe that was the same one. Maybe that was the B-Sharps one, was it?
Yeah, I think because Barney was the surprisingly good singer in the B-Sharps.
Right, in the B-Sharps.
That one had a lot of cameos in it, that episode. Because they go to the Grammys. And
yeah, George Harrison was in that one, too.
George Harrison's in it, too, yeah. Because they're all doing the rooftop reunion. And he's like, it's been done.
Oh, right, he rolls on the window.
Congratulations. David Crosby, you're my hero. Oh, you like my music? You're a musician?
Yeah. Barney liked him because he was a drug addict.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, Graham Nash is the only one who, like, still looks pretty good. You know, like Steven Stills. They're all old men.
But
I mean, they're old guys.
Neil Young never looked good.
Well, yeah.
Neil Young always, not that he was ugly, but he just was always, and kind of the same with David Crosby. Like they had the same look the whole time, and it was very unkempt.
Yes. Well, they were hippies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Graham Nash was, of course, British. He was the one Brit in the band because the Hollies were a British band. Oh, God. So we were talking about, what's the guy's name? Walsh? The guy whose entire Google history is nothing but how to murder your wife.
Yeah.
We were talking about this yesterday. This guy, this happened in Massachusetts. Did you see the video of the prosecutor reading not the charges, but reading the transcript of the Google searches?
No.
I'm going to play it for you, and I love it. The audio's not awesome, but she's got the quintessential Boston accent, which makes it 100 times better as she's reading a list of awful, awful things that they're accusing this guy of doing.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Right. Here's who I assume is the maybe she's a court reporter. I assume maybe she's a prosecutor, but it's somebody reading off just some, obviously not all, just some of this guy's Google searches that could not be more incriminating in the case against him.
At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to bound a body.
How to bound a body.
And just because her accent is so thick, I thought the second search was how to start the party.
At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body.
It's Green Needle.
And it's blue, was it Green Needle and Yanny and Laurel? Whatever.
Yanny, Laurel,
Brainstorm and Green
Brainstorm,
Needle, yeah. How to start the party.
How to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to bound a body. At 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to.
If you really need to.
At 6:34 a.m. on the first, can you throw away body parts?
Can you throw away body parts?
If you really need to.
If you really need to dispose of a body or throw away the parts.
At 6:34 a.m. on the first, can you throw away body parts? At 9:29 a.m., what does formaldehyde do? At 9:59 a.m., can identification be made on partial remains? At 11,
can identification be made on partial remains?
Oh, I love this.
11:34 a.m., dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body. At 11:44, how to clean blood from wooden floor. At 1:08,
how do you get blood out of a wooden floor?
How to clean blood from wooden floor. At 1:08, what happens when you put body parts in ammonia?
What happens when you put body parts in ammonia? It goes on and on and on. I love that woman. It's like watching that SNL Sam Adams parody.
Yeah.
We're listening to Bill Burr do A Guy from Boston. How to start the potty.
Body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from
In the middle of him checking out how to kill his wife, he asked, "How do I start a potty?"
I'll get this potty started.
Dispose of body parts.
I wonder, like,
I love
How do I
it.
start the potty?
Since they have his like whole history, I just wonder, like, it's like how long did it take for a body to decompose? How do you bound a body? And then big boobs, like it's like in between.
Yeah,
like,
he stopped to have a wank.
You know, it's like it's 9 a.m. Early morning. What do you do if my boner doesn't go down?
Right.
You know, they got the whole transcript, so they got everything.
12:01. Why do MILFs make me hard?
Read the whole thing. Fake news. You're not reading it all.
But the guy's just standing there in court listening to her. And every other charge, or not even in charge, every other line of this, he's kind of quietly shaking his head. And obviously people are memeing this like, there's guilty, and then there's guilty of killing your wife.
Yeah, this
does not look good.
It does not look good for him.
Some defense attorneys really have an uphill battle. This guy, holy cow.
What if he gets off?
He ain't getting off.
What if he gets off?
This guy's never going to see the outside of a jail cell again. That's why I couldn't help but, you know, the guy, this kid Evan Peters that played Dahmer in the Netflix thing, he just won a Golden Globe. And obviously the families are really pissed off. The families of the victims are never happy when somebody does the umpteenth iteration of the Dahmer story. But like, imagine your kid was murdered and now you see a guy winning an award for playing the murderer. Yeah, that would be very, very off-putting.
You really got it into character. You know, when he dragged the guy in the room and you say you're not leaving and we're just going to watch this film first. Oh, bravo. I was scared. I was shaking in my boots.
By the way, the glasses and the greasy T-shirt did all the work. They could have put anybody in that. I mean, the kid was creepy, yeah, but still. No wonder the parents of these victims are upset. You turn on TV. Hey, that guy just won an award for playing the guy who dismembered my son. Cool story, bro.
We're going to stay here and listen to the Poundcake Sports Break, and then you can leave, okay? Please, I'm not co-signing, kidnapping anybody to listen to my sports break. You can listen to it at your convenience on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah. How to dispose of a body.
How to start the party.
How to start the party. I got a break. If you want to text for something, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You want to watch? And wherever you are, you can listen on that iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
Susie, you claim that a restaurant that you would go to in college was busted because the guys that worked there were putting secret sauce into the food, so to speak.
It was a place that people would go after they were drinking late at night, very small, and I swear that police raided them and they found semen. God, just saying that word makes me sneeze.
She's allergic to anything that has to do with sex.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Alan. Now that the holidays are over, you realize how your sleep kind of gets screwy, right? Whether you were staying in a hotel or you were staying at someone's house or you had guests over and you were switching beds, whatever. We spend a third of our lives sleeping, so a good night's sleep is a really big deal. And a lot of people know that a great mattress There you are.
Whenever there's like a group of people in the chat going bonkers, one of them ends up calling me like, "Can't you tell those bitches to turn?"
No, they're right. I don't want to miss anything. Listen, Poundcake, you know as well as anybody, when I'm in here monologuing, I don't want anybody to miss it. You miss a second, you miss a lot. Huh. Alan, did you see that police station in the South where that cop was sleeping with everybody? I heard about that. Yeah, there was some female cop that was banging every other cop.
Yeah.
No, it was a group thing.
Right.
It was like 4 cops, 1 girl.
And this wasn't a big town, I don't think. I think it was in Tennessee. Imagine if the bulk of your local police department all gets fired because they're all porking this one cop. It's amazing the people who decide to become law enforcement.
I don't understand.
You wonder what their primary motivation is. I mean, depending on, if it's a small enough town or whatever, they're probably like, join the police department, good benefits. It's like a little sign outside of McDonald's, free uniform. Like that's a benefit.
I was going to say, they're not going to deal with any hard crime.
Well, there's crime there's crime everywhere.
Things, all right.
Yeah! There's crime everywhere.
There's crime everywhere, but
there was a lot of breaking and entering down there, Poundcake.
Yeah, so what?
Serving, not a lot of protecting.
That's right.
I hate that. I feel like
nobody was wearing protection.
I understand they were. I think the only thing they did wrong was they weren't supposed to do that on the clock. With someone someone sleeps with,
where else would you do it?
Off the
clock. Oh, the clock. Sorry,
and the cops and the woman's husband is standing by her. Again, these are probably townies. These are probably people who grew up there, and they're like, I'll just become a cop. And I'm such a scumbag, I see a photo of this girl, and I go, oh, I get it. Because she was not attractive. And so she's probably not a confident girl. Probably thought that putting on the law enforcement uniform would maybe make her feel like a more important person. But in the process, she's still probably crazy insecure and figures she ended up giving it up to one guy because he apparently, again, I kind of got the broad strokes, if you will, of the story. I didn't do a deep dive, Bill, into the meat of it, but yeah, it's pretty wild.
I mean, yeah, it's wild. It's just the girl gets blown up, but the guys, their pictures.
They all got blown up. They all got fired.
No, but their
pictures are everywhere.
The guys aren't getting memed as much as the girl.
Well, she was the center of the thing. I mean,
I know, but it's still kind of like misogyny because everyone's talking about, I can't believe how awful that guy is and blah, 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 by sticking by her. I'm like, okay, well, what about the wives? They all cheated on their wives. They're probably all married too. They probably all have kids.
That's the sound of the police.
Well, one of the guys said he and his wife had an open relationship. So that dude might be the only one whose wife isn't pissed at him. But all the other ones are filing for divorce. But to your point, there must not have been much crime because it's like they had like a Jack Shack or something, or they were
probably had a place.
Just again, and it always blows my mind. Law enforcement obviously is an egregious example, but in any line of work where people get pinned, just do your job. Just go to work. If you're that bored, you're a cop again, I'm sure they were all townies who just became cops. If you're that bored at work, you're missing something. There's something you're missing. Just do your job. Just go and do what you're paid to do. And go home, live your life, go back to work.
There had to be
just do your job.
The dispatcher was looking at all the vehicles like, wow, there must be something really...
a real incident going down.
There's 4 squad cars. Everyone has their cameras off. And someone just pulled up and was like, all right, so it seems we have a situation here.
Well, that's what Mark Norman said. He's like, where's the body cam footage on that one? I want to see what they're doing.
I'd like to report 69 in progress.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
New meaning of the word squad car.
Wait, what?
Squad?
She smashed the squad.
Oh, she smashed the squad. I gotcha.
Oh, man, you never give me my credit.
No, I just need to know where you're coming from.
Okay.
I can't automatically. With the what?
Putting the O and 5-0.
She was showing them her 5-0 face.
Yeah.
Oh, Rich in Jacksonville said what he was saying was that's why they have panic buttons and mace at arm's reach.
Okay.
Because I guess it was like because I had to Google it again to see if it told you where it was, and it was like the bikini barista or whatever. It was like an old photo mat, like a little kiosk, so she was there by herself. So yeah, that's very scary. But again, my point was, anybody working a drive-thru, whether it's a big Starbucks chain and there's other people, or it's a little bikini kiosk, a dude pulls up. He's got a zip tie loop. Holy Christ. Well, anyway. Any other cop gangbang puns you want to throw in?
I think I'm out. Yeah.
Okay.
Poor girl.
Huh?
Poor girl.
Why?
I feel bad
She's
for
a grown
her.
woman. Why?
Because no one deserves to be humiliated like that.
Well, then you don't. Go to work. Just work.
She was working. She
She's
was
working
working
it.
hard. Man.
Yeah.
She's fighting crime.
She took F the police a little too seriously. Somebody said, there you go.
Back the blue.
That's what I saw. Yeah.
Back up the blue.
Ice Cube said F the police, and there's the Jordan meme with her head on it, and she said, and I took that personally.
Yeah. Well, anyway. Alan, did you talk about Carol Baskin's husband? No, I talked about this with Stansbury earlier. The police are denying that what Carol Baskin says is true. She said, my husband is still alive. If you remember Tiger King, this blew up because everybody was locked down during the pandemic. So Tiger King was the big beneficiary of a lot of eyes in the early days of the pandemic where nobody knew what was going on. Tiger King was the biggest thing on the planet. And that bitch, Carol Baskin, who was a real piece back in the day, by the way, her husband went missing. And the theory was she fed him to the tigers, blah, 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 because he was rich, whatever. I never got that vibe, but whatever. So she comes forward and says, my husband is alive and he's living in Costa Rica. And she had this information like a year ago or something, but nobody said anything. I don't know. And so the story becomes, oh my God, Carol Baskin's husband is alive. This guy, Don Lewis. And law enforcement is like, we don't have any indication. He was declared legally dead in 2002. They're like, we have no information that corroborates what she says. 1997 was the last he was heard from. And so she goes, no, he's living in Costa Rica. And so it was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Cops go, no, we don't have any information along those lines. So they're already shooting down what she's saying. But maybe that's the genius of Carol Baskin, is she looks so sweet. Obviously, she was cast in a certain light in Tiger King. But
I feel like they just presented the facts and we were left to decide. There was no narrative.
So the lead detective on the case says that it's still open. She said there was a letter from the Department of Homeland Security or something, but they're like, DHS wasn't even a thing until 2002. So how do they have a letter from? So I'm as confused as I was before. I shouldn't say confused, indifferent. People are saying he is not alive. Carol Baskin is making another unsupported allegation. Of course, Joe Exotic is in prison for 21 years. But that really got everyone back into the world of Tiger King. And I'm all excited again that there were new developments in that story. But that was just one big whiff. Alan, that's why people call cops pork. What?
Porker? I don't know.
They put her in the slammer? Yeah, okay. She would freely talk about the guys at work. Yeah, again, that goes to my theory that this was a deeply insecure girl. And she's like, yeah, I get it. She's married.
And she's staying married.
Staying married. The husband's staying by her.
Who says?
She's my wife, and I love her.
I love her. You think he's
So-
one of those? Do you think he like gets off on it? Like he likes that she was banging other dudes?
I think this dude found out that unfortunately his wife was getting the pipe laid to her at work. And
he's like, but that retirement program's still real good.
Yeah.
That pension.
Some people don't know. You people don't know what it's like to sacrifice your wife for this country.
Well, but to Poundcake's point about women getting treated differently than the men, they were all fired. But to your point, the articles are about the sex-crazed Tennessee cop, right? She's sex-crazed.
Well, because I guess
because she
had
was
sex
having
with-
sex. Huh?
She had sex with all four, and they had sex with one. But it's nasty.
Gesundheit.
Exactly, Bill. Exactly.
The husband is staying by her, yes. Officer Megan Hall of Laverne, Tennessee. Her husband, Jedediah Hall. Jedediah. Yeah, she's got like tiny teeth and, that whole thing. So this has got to be just some townie who's very insecure, and she's sounds like the only female in the department.
I just think because the men will live it down. The men, they'll go on and, they'll remarry and it won't be no big thing. But
You've never been divorced. Divorce is no small thing.
I didn't say their lives.
Especially under these circumstances.
The public eye, I mean. Like, they may not live it down with their wives, but in the public eye, people will forget the faces of the people.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you what these people look like now unless I had it brought up on my screen.
But the girl, like, she can't divorce. She'll never remarry. No dude other than the husband she's with now.
Oh, there always is a dude that would remarry. Like there's always a guy that would get with her.
Okay.
It may not be her first choice, but there'll be someone.
Her husband, quote, wasn't really on board with his wife having a threesome. Claiming that she'd been prone to heavy drinking and she once pointed an empty gun at her head and pulled the trigger, quote, so she could hear what it sounded like.
Whoa.
Why would you have to point it at your head to hear what it sounded like?
Does that
Just
sound like something
click.
An insecure person would do, Alan?
Yeah, Alan.
I guess not.
This lady's got some demons.
God damn, you dick.
Yeah. Putting the D in demons. I got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text. Make it a good one. 35192. The Corey Roddick Experience. Full on at 6:30. No Cavs tonight, but you will get another chance to go fund yourself. That next keyword on the way to grab $1,000.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is Clay Travis. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
Cavs guard Donovan Mitchell's in line to start in next month's NBA All-Star Game. Mitchell remains second to Kyrie Irving among Eastern Conference guards in the fan vote. LeBron James continues to lead the NBA All-Star Game voting. James is way out in front. He's got more than 6.5 million votes. And Horizon League basketball action continues tonight when Cleveland State visits Northern Kentucky. The Vikings now in a 4-way tie for first place in the league. I'm Scott Davidson.
Staples helps you start the new year off right with big savings on everything you need for your business. Now, Staples Reward members get $30 back in a Staples store bonus when they spend $100. Rewards members only. Store bonus redeemable in-store only. Offer ends 1/21. Save big at Staples.
Hey, it's Alan talking about FanDuel. America's #1 sportsbook is now live in Ohio, just in time for the NFL playoffs. If you are a new customer here in Ohio, you can get in on the action with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet.